Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into what will happen if Conrad wants to return. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment in videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. And I thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get into the madness.
The mercy of St. Orphiel came out of the warp screaming. Its Geller field collapsed in a thunderclap that shook 40,000 souls from prayer, sleep, and chemical stupor. Deck plates flexed beneath bare feet. Rust flaked from vaulted ceilings. Brass icons of the Emperor swung upon their chains, striking bulkheads with the measured clang hour of funeral bells. For 11 heartbeats, the pilgrim transport existed between damnation and real space, its kilometers of ancient hull shuddering beneath pressures no sane mind had been fashioned to comprehend. Then the stars returned. They burned cold beyond the armored viewports of the command sanctum. The Narthex system waited ahead, its distant sun reduced to a white wound amid the void. Captain Malrek Val exhaled through clenched teeth. His right eye watered. His left, an augmetic sphere of dull brass and smoked glass, clicked as it refocused upon the hololithic displays rising around his command throne. "Translation confirmed," announced Helmsman Garin. Blood ran from one nostril, but he did not lift a hand to wipe it away. Mandeville boundary cleared. Primary drives answering. Estimated transit to Narthex Primus, 9 standard days. "Praise be to him upon the throne," Val said. The bridge crew echoed him. "Praise be." The words were ragged. Several officers had vomited into the grills beneath their stations. One rating lay twitching beside the augur shrine. His pupils rolled white beneath fluttering eyelids. A deck serf dragged him away before his convulsions could offend the machine spirit. The Mercy was not a warship. It had no armored prow shaped for ramming, no lance batteries capable of spearing cruisers through the heart, no companies of void-hardened armsmen bred for boarding wars. It was a converted bulk conveyance, its cavernous holds divided into dormitory decks, ration chambers, shrine aisles and labour pens. 40,000 men endured within its iron belly. Replacement manufacturing workers slept 6 abreast in stacked cages. Shrine attendants knelt beneath murals darkened by centuries of incense. Conscripted soldiers of the Narthex auxiliary levies stood in processing lines, while administratum clerks stamped identity vellum and assigned men to regiments that might already have ceased to exist. Thousands had never seen a sky that was not rendered upon a lumen screen. Many had never known silence without the labouring heartbeat of an engine. They believed they were approaching salvation through service. Captain Val knew better. Narthex Primus had requested workers because workers died there by the million. It had requested soldiers because something beyond its borders had begun testing the strength of the Imperium's Knightwood holdings. The exact nature of that enemy remained sealed beneath cipher authority higher than Val's station. It did not matter. The Imperium required bodies. The Mercy carried bodies. "Augur return," said Master Seneschal Drex. The officer's voice carried through the bridge without urgency, but the fingers of his organic hand moved quickly over his console. His other arm ended in a cluster of quills and, bearing starboard forward, 600,000 kilometers, vessel mass consistent with an Imperial escort, no drive output, no active shields. Val's augmetic eye rotated within its socket. Identification? Fragmentary transponder response, sword-class frigate pattern, registry uncertain. Transmit challenge. Drex bent over his brass speaking grill. Unknown vessel, this is the pilgrim transport Mercy of St. Orphiel, bonded under the seal of the Narthex Ecclesiarchal Synod. Provide designation, command authority, and present status. Static answered. A low hymn stirred beneath it. The sound emerged from the bridge vox as a distant congregation chanting in a vaulted cathedral. The melody was familiar, one of the 9 litanies of succor, but the timing was wrong. Voices entered a fraction too late. Syllables stretched past the rhythm. Each repetition grew softer until the words dissolved into wet breaths. Then a man spoke. "Feed us." No one moved. The voice came again, hoarse with exhaustion. "By his mercy, feed us." Val looked toward the communication station. Source confirmation. "Vessel ahead," replied the Voxmaster. "Automated loop. Signal routed through an Imperial distress cipher." The bridge doors opened. Confessor Erastus entered with 2 red-robed attendants carrying sensors. He was an old man rendered hard rather than frail by age, his skull shaved and tattooed with passages from the Book of Judgment. A rosarius hung against the black armor beneath his vestments. He smelled of incense, sweat, and devotional oils. "What plea reaches us?" he demanded. Val did not rise. "A crippled frigate, Reverence. No verified designation. It requests provisions. It requests mercy. It may be a lure." Erastus descended toward the command throne. "Would you abandon servants of the throne because prudence has taught you cowardice? I would preserve 40,000 souls entrusted to my command." "Entrusted to the Emperor," the confessor corrected. "Not to you." The distress hymn continued beneath their exchange. "Feed us, feed us, feed us." Val studied the tactical display. The frigate drifted without rotation, its hull angled toward the system's outer dark. No heat came from its engines. No weapons tracked the Mercy. The vessel appeared dead, except for its distress call. "Prepare the starboard launch," he ordered. "Armsmen boarding strength. They will carry rations, medici supplies, and Auspex equipment. The Mercy will hold beyond weapons range until they report." Confessor Erastus inclined his head. "Compassion guided by vigilance," he said. "The Emperor accepts even imperfect obedience." Val ignored the rebuke. Lieutenant Hadron Koss led 32 armsmen across the gulf between ships. Their launch was an ugly block of armoured metal with manoeuvring thrusters bolted around a central troop compartment. Within, the men sat shoulder to shoulder beneath red battle lumens, void-sealed carapace armour locked around their bodies. Shot cannons, autoguns and boarding shields rested between their knees. Koss stood near the forward hatch. He was broad, greying and scarred beneath one eye. A naval sabre hung at his hip, more badge of office than useful weapon. His right fist held the launch's overhead restraint. "Helmsman," he said into his gorget vox, "give me the frigate." The launch struck the crippled vessel with enough force to jar teeth. Mag clamps locked. The airlock's machine spirit resisted the boarding cogitator for almost a minute before surrendering to the codes fed into it. The outer door opened. Darkness waited beyond. Koss raised his shot cannon. "Lanterns!" Helmet lumens awakened across the squad. White beams lanced through vapor and revealed an Imperial passageway ribbed with pipes, conduits, and devotional alcoves. Frost furred the walls. Emergency runes pulsed along the floor. There was no wreckage, no last scoring, no blast damage, no bodies. "Atmosphere present," said Armsman Vey. "Thin, breathable, temperature below regulation." Reactor? Dormant, reserve cells maintaining limited systems. Koss stepped through the hatch. His boots rang upon the deck. "Squad Rel, hold the breach. Squad Morn, with me. Vey, maintain Auspex communion with the Mercy." Acknowledgements clicked through the vox. The frigate smelled wrong. Not of smoke, burned insulation or the metallic tang left by ruptured coolant lines. It smelled of cold grease and something faintly sweet beneath it. The boarding party advanced in paired files. They passed an armory sealed from within, a chapel whose votive candles still burned, and a command junction where duty rosters remained pinned beneath wax seals. Every station had been abandoned without signs of struggle, yet the hymn followed them. It whispered from wall-mounted vox grills. "Feed us." "Lieutenant," Vey murmured. Signal strength increasing. "Direction?" "All directions." They reached the crew mess. The doors stood open. Koss stopped upon the threshold. The frigate's crew sat at the tables. Hundreds of men filled the chamber in perfect ranks, shoulder to shoulder upon metal benches. Officers, ratings, gunners, engine seers and voidsmen remained dressed in duty uniforms. Some still wore armor. Others had prayer scrolls pinned to their breasts. Every corpse sat upright, secured by wire threaded through spine and seat. Their hands rested upon the tables. Their heads faced the doorway. Their jawbones were missing. Koss's lumen beam moved across the nearest face. The man's mouth had been transformed into a wide red absence, reaching almost to the ears. A small devotional plate rested inside the cavity where his tongue should have been. Upon it lay a grey strip of meat. The corpse's torso appeared untouched until Koss stepped closer and saw the thin stitches running from throat to groin. "Merciful throne," someone whispered. Koss laid the muzzle of his weapon against the nearest dead man's chest and pushed. The stitches opened. The corpse folded apart with a soft tearing sound. Nothing remained inside. No organs, no coils of intestine, no heart. The ribs had been cut, emptied and wired back together beneath the skin. Every body in the chamber had been hollowed. Vey's auspex emitted a shrill pulse. Movement! Bearing! Vey stared at the screen. The corpses began to sing. The hymn poured from their open mouths, not through dead lungs, but from small transmitters lodged inside their skulls. Hundreds of concealed speakers joined as one, each voice carrying a fragment of the distress signal. "Feed us." Koss's gaze snapped toward the ceiling. A ventilation grill moved. "Contact above." The first bolter round struck the rear rank. Armsman Rel ceased to exist from the sternum upward. The mass-reactive shell penetrated his backplate, entered his chest, and detonated inside him. Armor fragments and pulverized bones scythed through the men beside him. More shots followed. They came in disciplined sequence, not a wild fusillade. The rear guard died first, then the Vox operator at the center, then the men carrying heavy weapons. Koss hurled himself behind a table as the chamber erupted. Autoguns answered, their muzzle flashes strobing through darkness. Rounds struck walls, corpses and empty doorways. One ventilation grill tore loose. Something vast dropped through it. Dirty white armor struck the deck hard enough to buckle the plating. Brass edged the warriors' greaves and pauldrons. Ancient ceramite bore layers of grime, dried blood, and devotional script carved into it with a blade. A red demon head glared from one shoulder, horned and crowded with staring eyes. The traitor space marine fired from the hip. 3 armsmen died in as many shots. A second warrior came through the wall itself, smashing from a maintenance crawl space behind the Imperials. A third descended from the ceiling. They moved with an economy that made their size obscene, covering firing lanes, changing magazines, and selecting targets as though executing a drill rehearsed over centuries. "Fall back!" Koss shouted. There was nowhere to go. The rear passage was already sealed by bodies. A shape entered through it. It wore Terminator plate that had once been white. Now the armor resembled a butcher's apron left beneath years of rain. Hooks hung from its chest. Finger bones rattled from chains around its waist. Its left arm ended in a chain fist whose teeth spun with a deep mechanical growl. Its helmet had become a mouth. Brass jaws projected from the faceplate, layered with rows of grinding metal teeth. Between them glistened a tongue far too long to belong within any human skull. The jaws never stopped moving. They chewed empty air with patient hunger. Koss fired. The shot cannon roared. Solid slugs flattened against the Terminator's breastplate or vanished into the meat packed between armor plates. The giant continued forward. Koss drew his saber. "By the throne, stand and face me." The creature did. Its chain fist descended. Koss tried to evade. The weapon caught his shoulder and drove him to the deck. Carapace shattered. His arm burst beneath the impact, flesh driven outward through gaps in the armor. The chain fist pinned him without immediately killing him. The brass jaws lowered. Koss heard his own ribs breaking as the traitor's weight settled upon him. A gauntlet closed around his breastplate and peeled it away. Straps snapped. Buckles tore through skin. The creature pushed metal fingers into Koss's abdomen and opened him with the deliberate care of a man unsealing a ration tin. Pain erased the chamber. Koss screamed until blood filled his throat. The traitor removed something warm and dark from within him. The brass mouth received it. Teeth turned. Blood ran down the filthy white gorget. The creature watched Koss's face while it chewed. "Too much fear," it said. Its voice was low and measured, rendered metallic by the grinding mask. "Not enough resolve." At the opposite side of the mess, the last armsman reached the doorway. The hidden noise marines awakened their weapons. The first note was almost beautiful. It rose through the chamber as a pure vibration, too low to hear and too powerful not to feel. Teeth trembled in gums. Eyes rippled in their sockets. The dead crew rattled against their wires. Then the sonic blasters screamed. An armsman's skeleton burst apart inside him. His skin remained whole for a heartbeat, hanging around a body that had become boneless red slurry before collapsing across the deck. Another man's eyes exploded outward in twin streams. A third clawed at his helmet as the fluid inside his skull boiled. Blood jetted from seams in his armor. The open Vox carried everything back to the Mercy. Bridge speakers howled with amplified death. Auspex adepts convulsed at their stations. Brass keys depressed without human touch. Warning runes cascaded across the hololith. "Sever communion," Val shouted. The Voxmaster tore cables from his console. The hymn continued. "It is inside the command circuits," Drex cried. "Machine authority rejected. Helm control failing." The crippled frigate's engines ignited. Ancient plasma drives flared blue-white, driving the warship toward the Pilgrim transport. Its armoured prow struck the Mercy below the starboard docking galleries. The impact hurled men from their stations and burst thousands of pilgrims against cage walls. Before the bridge crew could rise, boarding torpedoes punched through the hull. Confessor Erastus drew his bolt pistol. "Stand fast," he said. "The Emperor weighs us." The bridge doors opened. A giant entered. He was taller than the warriors glimpsed through the armsman's dying picked feeds. His armor had been assembled across ages, plates of ancient patterns joined to newer ceramite, loyalist heraldry buried beneath flayed parchment and brass. Chains of polished vertebrae hung from his belt. His helm was pale and smooth, bearing narrow eye lenses like cuts filled with violet light. He did not fire. Behind him came warriors in corpse-stained white and serfs wrapped in leather aprons. The serfs carried restraint hooks, syringes, and ratings dropped their weapons. Officers knelt. Confessor Erastus alone remained standing. "You are damned," the old priest said. The towering warrior regarded him. "Long before you learned the word." Erastus fired. The bolt struck the traitor's breastplate and detonated, leaving a black crater. The giant crossed the distance before the confessor could fire again. One gauntlet closed around Erastus's skull. There was a brief, wet crack. The body fell while the head remained in the traitor's hand. He placed it upon the command altar with almost reverent care. Captain Val rose from his throne. "In the name of the God Emperor, and by the authority vested in me as master of this vessel, I offer formal surrender." The traitor turned. "We carry promethium, munitions, medici stores, and 40,000 laborers," Val continued. "Take them. Spare the ship's command cadre, and I will provide lawful passage codes into the Narthex system." The giant approached until Val saw his own reflection in the violet lenses. "You believe surrender makes your flesh yours to bargain with." Two fingers closed around Val's augmetic eye. The captain screamed as the traitor pulled it free. Filaments tore from the socket. Sparks spat across his cheek. The giant examined the bloody mechanism, then crushed its casing just enough to expose the memory wafer within. "Fleet signatures," he said. "Defense ciphers, approach corridors, useful." A hunched figure entered behind him, clad in an apothecary's armor, corrupted by hooked limbs and articulated blades. "Malthrax," the chirurgeon bowed. "Preserve the captain, extract the codes through the spine, leave his cognition intact." "For the duration of the procedure?" "For its entirety." Val's remaining eye widened. Malthrax's instruments unfolded. Across the ship, resistance ended with methodical speed. Corpus Brethren serfs seized armories and fuel stations. Corrupted servitors inventoried bolt shells, autogun magazines, promethium cells, surgical compounds, and reactor components. Dead armsmen were stripped of carapace plate before their bodies cooled. The living were dragged into lines and scanned. Blood type, muscular density, augmetic yield, neural compliance, devotional susceptibility. Men with useful implants went to the chirurgeon's holds. Men of suitable mass went to the flesh vaults. The strongest conscripts were marked for conversion, the weakest for immediate rendering. Shrine attendants who continued praying were separated from those who begged, for faith and despair possessed different flavors. The feaster in the twilight stood within the command sanctum, while a hololith of Narthex Primus turned before him. 12 hive cathedrals rose in green light. Beneath them pulsed the sepulchral choir, its transmission lines spreading through the world like nerves. Once, it had carried sermons. Soon, it would carry hunger. He remembered Oliensis closing around the sentinels. He remembered mountains becoming teeth, oceans becoming saliva, and the world's darkness entering every warrior through mouth, wound, and soul. The memory still tasted fresh. The Mercy of St. Orpheal resumed its course. Its transponder broadcast correct codes. Its engines maintained proper formation. Its surviving crew spoke with trembling obedience whenever Narthex control demanded confirmation. Behind it, the void tore open. The battle barge Oliensis Reborn emerged from the warp, followed by cruisers, raiders, and thousands of captured transports chained around its vast, corrupted hull. Upon the flagship's command throne, the feaster watched the pilgrim vessel carry his servants toward the waiting world. "Let them prepare for invasion," he said. "Meat is sweetest when it believes itself armed." The oldest corridors of the Oliensis Reborn still remembered what they had been. Their adamantium ribs retained the severe proportions of an Adeptus Astartes battle barge. built not for comfort, but for conquest. Processional arches rose above decks broad enough for armoured companies to march beneath hanging standards. Alcoves once held the bones of honoured captains. Vast doors bore the scars where imperial aquilae had been broken away with hammers, melter cutters, and in places, bare ceramite fists. The original inscriptions had not been erased. They had been wounded. Names carved into black stone had been hacked through, spat upon, or filled with molten brass. Ancient honours remained visible beneath dried blood and devotional filth. Campaign titles from wars no living imperial archivist remembered watched over passages where chained prisoners crawled through their own offal. Fragments of the Sentinel's old heraldry endured in forgotten corners. A pale shield, a watchful eye, a blade held before a gate. The ship had not permitted every memory to die. Farther from the ancient spine, its architecture ceased to resemble anything fashioned by human hands. Bulkheads curved inward like ribs around a throat. Deck plates yielded beneath armoured footsteps, flexing with slow, muscular contractions. Vents opened and closed with damp sighs, exhaling air that was warm, sour, and heavy with copper. Bundles of cables pulsed beneath translucent membranes. Drainage channels carried blood, nutrient slurry, and dissolved fragments of bone toward recycling cisterns beneath the armories. The ship consumed everything placed within it. Waste became sustenance. Sustenance became ammunition, fuel, labour, or flesh. Nothing was discarded unless its uselessness had been proven beyond question. Even the screams were harvested. The feaster in the twilight walked through those breathing halls, while mortal serfs pressed themselves against the walls. They lowered their faces as he passed. Some trembled. Others stared at the deck with the empty discipline of men who had survived too long to imagine escape. His armour had been cleansed since the seizure of the Mercy of St. Orphiel, though cleansing meant little within the Corpus Brethren. Fresh blood had been removed from plates already stained by centuries of slaughter. Brass trim had been polished. The vertebrae hanging from his waist clicked softly against his thigh guards. Behind him came two chosen bearing the captain's extracted memory core within a reliquary of smoked glass. Organic cables coiled around the device like feeding worms. Inside, something pale twitched whenever the ship's vox system spoke. The Hall of Mastication occupied what had once been the Sentinel's strategium. Its ceiling rose into darkness above a circular chamber ringed with galleries. The original command dais remained at the centre, though its tactical hololith had been replaced by a wet engine built from brass, crystal, and human nervous tissue. Veins threaded through its support columns. A dozen preserved brains floated in transparent vessels around the command throne, each linked by silver needles to the machinery beneath. 4 commanders waited before the dais. The gnawing brute stood motionless in his butchered Terminator plate. Blood from Lieutenant Koss had dried within the teeth of his brass mask. The jaws ground without pause, crushing fragments of bone into paste. His chain fist hung at his side, its teeth dark and still. Chirurgeon Malthrax waited beneath a rack of articulated surgical limbs, folded behind his back like the legs of a steel arachnid. His armour retained the pale remnants of an apothecarian office, though every symbol of healing had been cut through and reversed. Glass vials hung from his gorget, filled with gene seed, adrenal compounds, and things that moved despite lacking limbs. Warpsmith Orsophon stood opposite him, his body almost lost beneath cables, armour plates, and demon-bound mechanisms. A furnace burned behind his face grill. Mechadendrites tasted the air around him. some ending in tools, others in mouths. Cantor Vale alone displayed colour. The Noise Marine's armour shimmered in bruised violet, poisoned gold, and wet pink. Speaker cones had grown from his shoulders like fungal blooms. His helm bore no mouth grill, only a vertical slit surrounded by vibrating flesh. Every movement produced a faint chord, felt more through the bones than heard. The feaster mounted the dais. "Report!" The gnawing brute answered first. "The transport is ours. Resistance concluded before the 87th minute. 31 armsmen suitable for rendering. 14 conscripts marked for implantation trials. The remaining stock has been divided by density and fear response." His brass teeth turned. The officer lacked flavour. Malthrax's lenses narrowed. "You ruptured his lower organs before I could take viable adrenal tissue." He screamed without dignity. He possessed 2 healthy kidneys. He possessed them briefly. The brute's chain fist stirred, its motor giving a single hungry growl. Malthrax extended one surgical limb. A needle unfolded from its tip. "You confuse appetite with rank." The feaster looked between them. "Malthrax preserves the bloodline. You preserve obedience. Neither office grants dominion over the other." The brute's jaws slowed. The chirurgeon lowered his limb. Fragments remained. Chaplain, apothecary, master of the forge, company executioner. The titles had been altered, mocked or devoured, yet their shapes persisted beneath the corruption. The sentinels had died within Oliensis, but their hierarchy had not vanished. It had rotted into new purpose. Orsiphon bowed his furnace-bright head. "The armoured cohorts await release. 7 land raiders are fully awakened. 11 predators answer command. The vindicators hunger for masonry. 2 defilers remain fractious, but their binding chains will endure until descent. And the beasts. 6 forge fiends have accepted their offerings. 9 mauler fiends remain chained in the ventral vaults. 1 has consumed 3 handlers and part of its loading cradle. Repair the cradle. The handlers. Replace them." Orsiphon's mechadendrites clicked in approval. Cantor Vale turned his helm toward the organic hololith. "And while he repairs cages, the world waits beneath us. Its hymns stain the void. Its billions chant through one throat and call the sound faith. Soon they will sing more honestly," said the feaster. He placed one gauntlet upon the command engine. The machinery convulsed. A sphere of green light formed above the dais, resolving into Narthex Primus. 12 hive cathedrals rose from its continents, each surrounded by manufactoria, transit lines, habitation masses, and defense bastions. Orbital docks circled the world. Vox pathways shone beneath the surface like luminous nerves. At the planet's center, buried deep beneath Basilica Vor, a darker structure pulsed. "The sepulchral choir," Malthrax said. "The name the priesthood gave it," replied the feaster, "not the name of its makers." The image expanded. Layers of rock and imperial construction peeled away, exposing a vast machine beneath the cathedral. Foundations. Its geometry shifted as the hololith struggled to interpret it. Concentric rings surrounded a central resonator shaped like an open throat. Orsiphon leaned closer. "Dark Age fabrication." "Older than the ecclesiarchy's claim," said the feaster. "Perhaps older than the Imperium. The priests discovered only its upper organs. They chained their sermons to it and mistook obedience for mastery." Vale's shoulder speakers released a rising murmur. "A world-sized instrument. A world-sized nerve." The feaster turned the image. Transmission lines extended from the buried mechanism toward every hive, shrine, ration district, and military command center. With sufficient suffering fed into those pathways, the machine can impress sensation upon every unshielded mind, upon Narthex Primus. Not thought, not command, something purer. Hunger, said the brute. The feaster inclined his helm. Hunger stripped of reason, starvation without weakness, appetite without satiety, the memory of Oliensis as it closed around us. The hall became silent except for the chewing of the brute's mask. Even Vale's armor quieted. The feaster remembered the living world. He remembered the sky folding inward. He remembered mountain ranges bending like fingers around the Sentinel's strike force. He remembered oceans rising in walls of steaming saliva, while the ground beneath armored boots became tongue and gum. He remembered battle brothers firing into flesh that extended farther than Auspec's range, believing discipline could wound a planet. Then came darkness, not absence of light, an interior darkness. A wet night filled with pressure, heat, and the sound of a world swallowing. The Sentinels had entered Oliensis as warriors condemned by the Imperium and still loyal to it. What emerged had learned the truth of hunger. The first regurgitation remade a chapter, the feaster said. The second will remake a world. Vale's armor began to hum again. Then break the skies, open the reactors of every city, let the deaths of billions become the first chord. No. The single word carried no anger. Vale's helm tilted. The orbitals are wounded. Their fleet is scattered. Their shields are unready. One bombardment would make their continent sing. One bombardment would make it silent. Silence follows every perfect note. Then you have never created perfection. Vale's speaker cones tightened like irritated flesh. You mistake delay for artistry. The feaster ignored him and enlarged the planetary display. Every ration depot, water purifier, transit junction, and vox relay must fall in sequence. The population must understand deprivation before it receives revelation. It must learn that its rulers possess what the masses lack. It must see hidden granaries, sealed reservoirs, and protected command stores, while children and laborers starve beneath shrine bells. Orsiphan's mechadendrites trace the glowing supply lines. You intend rebellion before dissent. I intend truth before ecstasy. Malthrax produced the transport captain's memories confirm the Synod maintains reserve provisions beneath the ruling basilicas, he said. Enough to sustain the priesthood, Officer Castus, and senior Mechanicus personnel for 19 standard years. The brute's mask ground louder. While the lower hives starve? Especially then. The feaster spread one hand above the world. 3 appetites will consume Narthex. One finger touched the outer transit network. Deprivation. Supply trains severed. Purifiers corrupted. Granaries burned where the population can see the smoke. Hunger must first become physical. A second finger touched the cathedral vaults. Revelation. We open the protected stores. We transmit their contents through every surviving vox. The Imperium will explain that privilege is necessity. The starving will hear only that their masters hid food behind guns. His third finger descended toward the sepulchral choir. Consumption. When resentment has ripened into hatred, the resonator will carry Oliensis into them. Every man will taste the flesh beside him. Every wound will smell like a feast. Every prayer will become chewing. Cantor Vale laughed. The sound came from every speaker in the chamber at once. Several mortal attendants in the galleries collapsed, clutching, ruptured ears. And you call this restraint? I call it preparation. Malthrax moved to the wet engine. The prisoners suspended within it began to twitch. Imperial officers had been reduced to torsos held inside vertical frames. Their skulls were opened, bone folded outward around exposed brains. Silver hooks held nerve clusters beneath the lights. Their arms and legs had been removed, though their eyes remained intact and conscious. Malthrax selected one with the remains of a naval commander's uniform stapled across his chest. This one knew the outer defense patrols. A blade slid from the chirurgeon's wrist. He inserted it behind the prisoner's ear and cut downward. The man convulsed. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. Malthrax extracted a glistening braid of nerve tissue and fed it into the engine. Brass needles pierced the matter. The machinery drew it inward with a slow, sucking noise. The feaster placed his hand upon a receptacle shaped like a chalice. Taste entered him. He saw Narthex's patrol routes through another man's eyes. He felt the remembered weight of command seals, the irritation of subordinates, the private fear that the fleet was understrength. Defense codes came as metallic flavors across his tongue. Troop concentrations arrived as pressure behind his eyes. Memory after memory dissolved into sensation. The prisoner understood what was being stolen. That understanding was preserved. Malthrax adjusted the flow carefully. Cognition remains functional. Maintain it. For how long? Until he cannot remember his own name. The prisoner shook within the frame. The feaster tasted his despair. It was thin, but improving. Below the hall of mastication, the war host prepared. Several hundred Corpus brethren occupied the arming vaults. Havocs loaded ammunition belts into autocannons and checked Lascanon capacitors beneath the supervision of blinded serfs. Possessed warriors strained against chains while armorers hammered warped plates over exposed muscle. Hellbrutes roared inside sarcophagus cages, their fragmented minds raging at remembered betrayal. Obliterators waited in furnace chambers, weapons growing from their arms in fevered waves. Barrels, blades, and muzzles emerged from diseased flesh before sinking back again. Beyond them rested the armored companies. Land raiders crouched behind blast doors like ancient predators. Predators and rhinos received stolen fuel through hoses made from stitched intestines. Vindicators bore siege shields decorated with flattened corpses sealed beneath lacquer. Defilers clung to the walls of their vaults, iron limbs scraping sparks from the deck. Forge fins chewed chains. Mauler fiends rammed horned skulls against restraint pylons, while prisoners were herded toward their feeding pits. Behind the Astartes waited the mortal ocean. Cultists filled captured conveyors from deck to deck, packed so tightly that men slept standing. Beastmen pawed at cage bars. Renegade guardsmen cleaned laser guns beneath banners cut from conquered regiments. Slave soldiers received collars, combat stimulants, and promises no commander intended to honor. Across the gathered fleet traveled billions. Most would never reach the surface alive. This was not considered loss. It was expenditure. In the manufacturing decks, ammunition presses hammered without pause. Captives turned brass feeds with bleeding hands, while overseers counted every completed bolt casing. When fingers were caught between gears, production did not stop. The wounded were dragged free, their places taken by others. Those no longer capable of labor entered rendering vats where bone, fat, and protein were separated for reuse. The dead possessed priority according to value. Fallen mortals became nutrient slurry. Fallen serfs became components. Fallen Astartes became relics, armor, organs, and gene seed. Malthrax had killed brothers who might have survived because their progenoid glands risked contamination through delay. The Warband did not mourn such necessity. Survival belonged to the Brotherhood, not the individual body. Cantor Vale stepped closer to the dais. The world's fleet may yet rally. Its astropaths may call for aid. Every hour granted to them risks interruption. Still you confuse haste with strength, said the feaster. I know sound, you know old wounds. The hall of mastication tensed. The brute turned his brass, jaws toward Vale. Orsifon's mechadendrites drew back. Malthrax watched without moving. The feaster descended from the throne. Old wounds made us. They enslave you. No, memory enslaves those who flee from it. He placed one gauntlet against Vale's breastplate. A cable extended from his wrist and entered the Noise Marine's armor. Vale tried to step back. The feaster held him in place. Listen. The machine spirit within the feaster's ancient plate opened a sealed memory. Oliensis swallowed again. The sound entered Vale through every speaker, nerve plug, and sensory amplifier. It contained the grinding of continents, the drowning screams of an entire chapter, the thunder of bolter fire against planetary flesh, and the impossible contraction of a throat vast enough to consume armies. Vale convulsed, his back arched. Sonic cones burst from his shoulders in sprays of blood. The note issuing from his armor climbed beyond hearing. Gallery attendants dropped dead as their organs ruptured. The Noise Marine fell to one knee. Something burst inside his chest. His secondary heart failed with a wet internal detonation. Still the feaster made him listen. When the memory ended, Vale remained kneeling. Blood poured from his armor joints. His surviving heart beat erratically enough for every Astartes in the chamber to hear. The feaster withdrew the cable. Loudness without anticipation is merely waste. Vale raised his helm. For once, he offered no answer. Across the Oliensis reborn, warning bells began to toll. Translation approached. Armorers locked magazines into bolters. Chain blades received fresh adamantine teeth. Gunships descended upon magnetic cradles. Mortal crews were nailed into command stations where fear could not persuade them to flee. Prisoners were driven into the demon engine vaults. The furnaces opened. The screaming began. The feaster left his commanders to their preparations and walked alone into the oldest part of the ship. He passed sealed chambers no other warrior entered. He passed the names of Sentinel's captains, each scratched through but still readable. At last, he reached a reliquary door bearing an untouched imperial seal. It opened for him. Within hung the final uncorrupted banner of the Sentinel's chapter. Time had faded its colors, but the cloth remained whole where no blade or flame had touched it. The old emblem watched over an empty chamber. Beneath it rested the rusted hilts of weapons carried into the abyssal crusade. The feaster removed his helm. No mortal witness saw the face beneath. He knelt before the banner. For a time, he said nothing. Then he reached upward, tore a narrow strip from the sacred cloth, and placed it upon his tongue. He chewed slowly, tasting dust, old incense, and the lingering oils of hands dead for millennia. The ship shook as the warp gathered around it. The feaster swallowed. "We remember everything," he said. "That is why forgiveness is impossible." Narthex Primus had been built to make men feel small before God. Its 12 hive cathedrals rose through layers of ash cloud and poisoned atmosphere, each a mountain of armor, habitation blocks, manufactoria, and consecrated stone. Their highest spires pierced the weather systems. Their foundations descended through strata of forgotten cities, where generations had lived and died without seeing the light of the system's sun. Basilicas crowned the upper reaches of every hive. Bells larger than troop carriers tolled the hours of labour. Incense furnaces exhaled black columns across the sky, joining the smoke of refineries and crematoria until worship and industry became indistinguishable. Between the hives stretched ash deserts crossed by pilgrimage roads. The roads were broad enough for armoured divisions. Millions of penitents travelled them on their knees, dragging chains or carrying replicas of the emperor's instruments of suffering. Many died before reaching their destination. Their bones were crushed into the road surface, so those behind might continue their devotion upon the remains of the faithful. Manufactoria covered entire continental shelves. Furnace complexes glowed through the permanent dusk. Extraction machines gnawed mountains into terraced wounds. Labour settlements clustered around them in concentric rings. Each district built closer to the toxic works than the one reserved for the priesthood and overseer castes. Statues watched over everything. The smallest were taller than hab towers. The greatest straddled valleys, carved as saints, martyrs and angels bearing swords against the dark. Infantry regiments occupied barracks inside their hollow legs. Artillery batteries were emplaced behind their eyes. Vox shrines filled their rib cages, broadcasting litanies from mouths broad enough to admit squadrons of aircraft. Above the world, the crown of nails encircled the equator. Dockyards, defence platforms, pilgrim stations, and orbital manufactoria formed a jagged ring around Narthex Primus. Thousands of ships passed through its ports each standard day. Bulk carriers brought grain from tribute worlds. Ore barges delivered the bones of dead moons. Pilgrim transports surrendered their human cargo to processing decks, where clerks determined which shrine, regiment, or factory would consume them. 92 billion souls laboured below. Every one of them possessed a number. Few possessed anything else. At the summit of Basilica Rex, Lord General Severian Cord stood before a hololithic projection of the outer system and listened to men die inside his mind. The astropath lay strapped to a brass-backed chair beneath the strategium's central dome. Blood streamed from his nose, ears, and sealed eye sockets. His body was thin enough that every rib showed through the grey flesh of his chest. Electrogodes pressed against his spine. 3 robed attendants held his head upright while the message passed through him. "They are eating the names," the astropath whispered. Cord watched the system display flicker. Whose names? "They are eating the names." The astropath's fingers clawed at the chair arms. Nails tore away. Blood smeared polished brass. "Identify the transmitting vessel." "They are eating the names." "Fleet designation, patrol strength, enemy disposition." The astropath began to laugh. It was not amusement. His lungs expelled the sound because something had forgotten how else to use them. "They are eating the names." His back arched. One attendant lost his grip. The astropath's skull struck the headrest hard enough to crack bone. Then he screamed. Several voices emerged through his mouth. Men shouted prayers, coordinates, and fragments of shipboard orders over one another. Somewhere beneath them came chewing. The astropath's jaw dislocated. "They are eating the names." His heart stopped. The strategium fell silent except for the soft ticking of cogitator banks. Cord turned from the corpse. He was an old soldier by the standards of ordinary men, his hair reduced to iron-grey stubble, and his face marked by decades of rejuvenate failures, radiation exposure and command. He wore no ceremonial cloak. His carapace breastplate carried scratches earned on worlds whose populations no longer survived to remember them. "Outer patrol reports overdue?" he asked. A staff colonel consulted a Traffic interruption? Pilgrim and merchant flow continues. The Crown reports no confirmed hostile contact. Cord looked toward the hololith. The outer reaches of the narthex system remained represented by orderly green sigils. Assume corruption of the patrol network, he said. Raise system readiness to vermilion. Recall mobile squadrons. Close civilian approaches beyond the Crown. The colonel hesitated. The administratum has 23,000 vessels in scheduled approach corridors. Then it may begin the sacred work of changing its schedule. A robed prefect stepped forward. My Lord General, interruption of unloading will deprive the Manufactoria of replacement quotas. Several shrine districts already report labour deficiency. Cord faced him. An army is coming. We have no verification. We have a dead astropath and silence from the outer dark. The tithe remains due. It will remain due when the workers are corpses. The prefect folded his hands into his sleeves. The tithe is not suspended by danger. Cord stared at him for several heartbeats. Continue unloading vessels already within the Crown. Hold all others under armed quarantine. Any captain who breaks formation is to be destroyed. The prefect's mouth tightened. Cord turned away before the man could answer. Bring every defense command to battle readiness. Wake the reserve armor. Mobilize the planetary levies. Inform the priesthood that public services are to continue. Public services, my lord. Cord watched attendants release the astropath's body from the chair. Prayer, rationing, executions. The things that persuade a frightened population that nothing has changed. The Black Templars arrived without ceremony. The strike cruiser Vow Unbroken emerged above Narthex Primus beneath the shadow of 3 escort vessels. Its black hull carried the white cross of the chapter upon its flanks. Launch bays opened before orbital control completed its greeting rites. Thunderhawks descended through the ash clouds. They came in tight formation, engines shaking stained glass from cathedral windows. Servitors and shrine wardens fled from the landing platforms as the gunship settled upon columns of flame. The ramps fell. Castellan Othmar Vere walked first into the poisoned wind. His armour was black beneath wax seals, chains and parchment. A white tabard hung across his breastplate, stained by old smoke. The cross upon his shoulder appeared unadorned by jewels or trophies. His sword remained sheathed. Behind him came the Vowbound. 218 Adeptus Astartes disembarked in disciplined waves. Primaris intercessors carried bolt rifles across their chests. Eradicators bore heavy melter weapons whose muzzles remained locked beneath magnetic seals. Aggressors descended in gravis plate, each step heavy enough to shake the platform. Assault brethren wore jump packs darkened by atmospheric entry burns. Sword brethren followed around a single warrior bearing a 2-handed blade. Baron Holt, the Emperor's champion, wore armour marked by no rank beyond the sanctity of his office. The black sword rested point down before him, its power field dormant. He did not look toward the crowds gathering at the platform gates. He looked toward the horizon. Cord met the Castellan inside a chapel converted into a command chamber. Saints had been covered by tactical charts. Candles burned around ammunition crates. A hololith projected the planetary defense network above an altar whose relics had been removed to make space for Vox equipment. Vere did not bow. Cord had not expected him to. Castellan. Lord General. You received my transmission? I received a dying witch's words repeated through 6 layers of fearful interpretation. Cord's staff officers stiffened. Vere continued before any man could object. The message lacks clarity. It does not lack warning. You believe the enemy is already within the system. I believe the enemy wished the message to arrive. Cord studied the Space Marine's helm. Why? To make us prepare. That is usually considered a disadvantage to an attacker. Only when the attacker intends to meet the defense you assemble. Vare stepped toward the hololith. His gauntlet passed through the image of the crown of nails. Contempt is a weapon, Lord General. It is not blindness. The heretic is contemptible because he has betrayed mankind, not because he is incapable of thought. Cord looked toward the assembled chapter strength. Your force? 218 brothers. Armor, gunships, and supporting vessels sufficient for rapid intervention. 218 against an unknown invasion. One blade may kill what a wall cannot stop. Cord did not smile. Across Narthex Primus, mobilization began. 500 million Astra Militarum soldiers emerged from barracks, transit vaults, and reserve camps. Some regiments had defended the world for decades. Others had arrived only days earlier, still wearing dust from foreign campaigns. They occupied firing positions around the hive cathedrals and dug trenches through ash layered over the bones of older wars. Behind them came billions of Planetary Defense Force troops, armed labor cohorts, and militia. Lehman Russ companies rolled onto pilgrimage roads, their tracks crushing abandoned devotional offerings into the stone. Tank commanders stood in open cupolas beneath the toxic rain, directing squadrons toward transit intersections and fortified causeways. Baneblades took station before the principal basilicas, each super heavy surrounded by fuel bowsers, maintenance crawlers, and infantry screens. Basilisk batteries raised their long guns from hardened revetments. Manticore missile carriers entered blast shelters cut into cathedral foundations. Hydra emplacements rotated quad autocannons toward the cloud ceiling. Ammunition trains crawled from subterranean depots under armed guard. The world turned its machinery toward war. Beneath Basilica Vor, Magos Dominus Ferranus Nin received the mobilization order through the noosphere before Cord's staff had finished transmitting it. His mind existed across 11 simultaneous data streams. 1 tracked Skitarii deployments, 1 monitored reactor output, 3 assessed orbital traffic. Another translated Binharic petitions from machine spirits disturbed by emergency activation. The remaining processes studied an anomaly entering the planetary Vox network. Ferranus 9 stood within the sepulchral choir's central nexus, his body suspended from a harness of brass limbs. Little remained of the man he had once been. His torso was narrow and armored. His lower body divided into articulated supports. A hood of crimson fabric covered a skull crowded with lenses, antennae, and cooling vents. Subharmonic contamination persists, he said. The statement emerged as low Gothic and a burst of machine cant. Ecclesiarch Malvorius stood before him in robes of white and gold. 3 confessors accompanied him, each armed with a bolt pistol. The choir is sanctified, Malvorius replied. Sanctification does not prevent signal intrusion. It prevents corruption. Claim unsupported. The ecclesiarch's expression hardened. Around them, the sepulchral choir pulsed with transmitted prayer. Macro-basilicas across the planet fed sermons into the mechanism, their voices amplified and harmonized before being sent through every public Vox grill. Ferranus 9 opened a data projection. Irregular frequencies moved beneath the liturgical transmissions. They were too low for unaugmented human hearing, but their pattern repeated with biological precision. Bone resonance, cardiac rhythm, mastication. I recommend total suspension of the planetary broadcast network, he said. Duration uncertain, tactical blindness preferable to hostile access. Malvorius raised his chin, Silence the choir while the faithful prepare for invasion. Yes. You would tell 92 billion souls that the Emperor's voice has failed them. The Emperor does not utilize this mechanism. One confessor placed his hand upon his pistol. Malvorius's voice became colder. The people will hear prayer. The enemy may hear them listening. The choir remains active. Ferranus 9 processed the refusal. Decision recorded, responsibility assigned. The ecclesiarch turned away. Ferranus 9 transmitted deployment commands. Skitari Rangers moved into upper firing galleries. Vanguard maniples occupied the approaches to the Nexus, their radiation weapons sealed until contact. Cataphron battle servitors rolled into defensive pits. Castellan robots awakened beneath showers of incense and diagnostic light. Onager dune crawlers took position around the Basilica's outer plazas, their weapon arrays scanning the sky. The Magos continued listening to the hidden signal. It sounded increasingly like breathing. Sergeant Jarek Sol heard none of it. He stood in a drill yard beneath the left foot of St. Drusus the Unyielding and watched 300 newly raised militiamen fail to fix bayonets. The saint's statue towered above them. Entire barracks occupied its bronze greave. Heavy artillery peered from firing ports cut into its knee. Jarek walked between ranks of frightened men. Release catch, seat blade, twist until locked. A recruit fumbled his lasgun and dropped it into the ash. Jarek stopped. The recruit stared at him. "Well?" Jarek asked. "Sergeant?" "Retrieve the weapon before it learns to obey someone else." Laughter passed through the line. The recruit snatched up the lasgun. Jarek had survived 3 crusades, each officially described as a victory, and each ending with the abandonment of more worlds than the Imperium had reclaimed. His left cheek bore a plasma scar. 2 fingers on his right hand were augmetic replacements taken from a dead corporal, because the Medicae station had possessed no unused parts. His platoon belonged to the Narthex 117th line. Half were veterans. The others had never fired outside drill cages. Corporal Bren watched the recruit struggle. "How long before Command assigns burial sectors?" "Already done," Jarek said. "That efficient?" "We are defending our own world. Saves transport." Several veterans laughed. The recruits did not. Jarek faced them. "Listen carefully. Your lasgun is not a relic. Do not kiss it. Do not pray over it while the enemy closes. Check the charge pack. Watch your heat gauge. Fire where ordered." A young militiaman raised his hand. Jarek stared at it until the man lowered it. "Speak." "Sergeant, what enemy?" "The one coming to kill you." "Orcs?" "Would that help?" "No, Sergeant." "Then stop wanting a name. Names are for survivors." An alarm began sounding inside the statue. Jarek looked toward the darkening sky. High above, the mercy of St. Orpheal entered the crown of nails under verified ecclesiarchal codes. Docking clamps seized its scarred hull. Pressure bridges extended. Administratum clerks waited with slates while labor overseers prepared sorting cages. The first pilgrims emerged in ordered columns. They carried no weapons. Among them walked men whose bones hummed. The altered cultists wore worker robes, conscript grey and shrine vestments. Their faces displayed the exhaustion expected of long transit. Beneath their skin, crystal growths threaded through ribs and spines. Whenever they passed a Vox shrine, those growths vibrated in answer to a signal no human ear perceived. In the transport's sealed water tanks, dirty white giants waited beneath the dark surface. Sabotage began as paperwork. A cargo clerk entered a correction code transmitted from the Mercy. 6 grain convoys changed destination, and proceeded toward warehouses abandoned for more than a century. A Prometheum tanker received new priority orders. Its servitor crew redirected the vehicle into a defense tunnel beneath Basilica Vor. Maintenance servitors accepted a corrupted Binharic phrase. They opened tool lockers, removed shaped charges, and began attaching them to structural supports according to instructions identified as sacred repair rights. No alarm sounded. Every action carried valid authority. In Basilica Rex, Cord placed both fists upon the hololithic table. I require your warriors divided among the principal commands. Ver stood opposite him. No. Your presence will stabilize the levies. My brothers are not devotional statuary. Billions of militia will fight better knowing the Adeptus Astartes stand beside them. Then teach them to fight without us. Cord's jaw tightened. I command this theatre. You command its mortal armies. And you intend to hold 200 warriors together while 12 hives burn. I intend to strike. Where? When the enemy reveals its throat. Cord leaned closer. You may preserve your strength and lose the world. Ver did not move. You command the wall, he said. I command the blow that leaves it. Every lumen on Narthex Primus died. For 11 seconds, 92 billion men stood in darkness. Factories ceased moving. Shrine candles extinguished. Targeting arrays went blind. Armoured columns stopped upon pilgrimage roads. The crown of nails vanished against the void. Then every functioning vox grill whispered. The voice was wet, intimate, and impossibly close. You have been hungry all your lives. Light returned. Across 3 continents, food silos detonated. Fire climbed into the ash-choked heavens. Above the orbital ring, the first Chaos warships appeared. The first ships came beneath Imperial colours. They emerged from the dark beyond the crown of nails in ragged columns. Thousands of pilgrim transports, ore carriers, chartist vessels, and merchant hulks advancing without formation. Their drives burned at maximum thrust. Their transponders screamed valid registry codes across every auger channel, filling the orbital command nexus with identities, tithe classifications, and frantic petitions for sanctuary. The ships were crowded with Imperial citizens. Auspex returns showed bodies packed into cargo decks, prayer halls, engine compartments, and airless holds. Millions of life signs pulsed within the approaching mass. Some vessels had been loaded until their life support systems could scarcely sustain them. Others carried survivors chained to exterior gantries, their bodies exposed to the void inside failing pressure shrouds. Every ship transmitted the same plea. Do not fire. The voices overlapped until the words became a choir. By the throne, do not fire. Admiral Vos Cade listened from the command throne of the Grand Cruiser Indomitable Judgment. The crown of nails turned beneath his flagship, its defense platforms, dockyards, and orbital basilicas arranged around Narthex Primus like a rusted halo. Thousands of gun batteries tracked the incoming vessels. Macro cannon loading systems groaned inside armoured stations. Lance capacitors climbed toward discharge. No one fired. Cade's bridge officers watched him. He was a narrow man beneath his command armour, his face deeply lined and his remaining eye fixed upon the tactical hololith. The other had been replaced by a black-lensed augmetic after the loss of the Charybdis Reach. A braided cable connected the implant to his throne, feeding range estimates and fleet dispositions directly into his thoughts. The captured transports continued to close. Behind them, hidden among the glare of their engines, greater shapes moved. Hostile warships confirmed, said the Master of Augurs. Blood ran from the plugs at his temples. Multiple cruiser signatures, Assault carriers, one capital vessel of battle barge displacement. Time until the civilian screen enters effective weapons range. It has already entered, Lord Admiral. Cade's organic eye narrowed. The transports were not merely hiding the enemy fleet. They were aimed at the Crown. Some bore masses of explosives within their holds. Others carried reactor cores running beyond safe tolerances. A dozen pilgrim barges altered course together, turning their prows toward the orbital shipyards. The Vox filled with screaming. They have sealed the helms. Emperor, preserve us. Do not fire. A junior lieutenant stepped toward the command throne. Lord Admiral, there may be time to dispatch interception craft. Boarding teams could regain control of the lead vessels. There are thousands, Cade said. We cannot destroy them all. No. The lieutenant's face loosened with relief. Cade looked toward the fleet-wide command room. We destroy enough. He opened the channel. All stations of the Crown, this is Admiral Cade. The vessels before you are under enemy control. They are weapons. They are already dead. The pleas continued beneath his words. Open fire. For a heartbeat, the orbital ring remained silent. Then the crown of nails became a sun. Macro cannon batteries discharged in staggered sequence. Shells the size of hab blocks crossed the void beneath plumes of propellant fire. Lance beams stabbed outward in white gold lines, each burst bright enough to bleach color from armored viewports. The first pilgrim ship vanished. Its hull folded around the impact of a macro shell and broke across its spine. Atmosphere erupted through the wound, carrying bodies, devotional scrolls and fragments of chapel masonry into space. A second vessel became a sphere of incandescent vapor beneath a lance strike. A third detonated when its cargo reactors failed, consuming the ships around it. Millions died without sound. The void filled with them. Bodies tumbled through burning debris in numbers too great for any cogitator to count. Men still bound to exterior gantries spun beside wreckage from shrine decks. Frozen blood formed red crystals around shattered hulls. Engines continued burning after their vessels had split apart, driving severed stern sections through clouds of human remains. The civilian shield broke. The Chaos Fleet came through it. Slaughter-class cruisers surged ahead with brutal acceleration, their plasma drives burning like furnaces cast into the void. Their prows were marked with hooks, chained corpses and sigils cut through old imperial heraldry. Weapon batteries opened at close range, hurling shells into the orbital stations before their crews could recalculate through the wreckage. Behind them advanced the Oliensis Reborn. The battle barge appeared less built than swollen. Its ancient hull carried layers of corrupted armor, ossified growth and fortress structures fused together by flesh. Captured transports hung from chains beneath its flanks. Vast engines burned through vapor spilling from ruptured ships. Imperial lances struck its void shields. The first barriers flared violet. The second ignited crimson. The third shuddered beneath repeated impacts, but held. Energy crawled across the vessel's hull in storms of unnatural light, while the ship continued forward without reducing speed. Boarding torpedoes drifted in the corpse cloud before it. They hid among tumbling freight containers and shattered escape craft, thrusters cold, hulls painted black. Defense augers registered them as debris until their engines awakened inside the Crown's engagement envelope. By then, they were too close. Contact multiplication, reported the Master of Augurs aboard the indomitable Judgment. Hundreds of assault signatures, possibly thousands. The tactical hololith fractured. Every hostile rune became 3, then 6, then scores. Cantor Vale had begun his hymn. Aboard the lead Chaos cruiser, the Noise Marine stood within a chamber formed from weapon housings, screaming prisoners and resonant brass. Cables linked the speaker growths of his armor to the ship's auger arrays. Around him, members of his cacophony brotherhood raised sonic blasters toward an altar of living nervous tissue. Vale extended both arms. The prisoners beneath the floor were stimulated at once. Their agony became signal. It crossed the void through modified auger pulses and entered the crown of nails as corrupted targeting data. Imperial cogitators attempted to interpret the transmission. Their machine spirits recoiled. Auspex screens filled with impossible geometries. Range solutions split into contradictory answers. On orbital platform St. Arcturus, an auger officer tore his eyes from their sockets to escape the colours appearing inside them. On Dock Fortress Chastisement, gunnery servitors turned their weapons toward a phantom cruiser and fired upon the neighbouring station. Macro shells struck habitation rings packed with reserve crews. Armour peeled outward. Thousands of men were cast into vacuum before emergency bulkheads could seal. The Crown fired at shadows. Real ships passed through the gaps. Boarding torpedoes struck command centres, life support towers, and communication shrines. They ignored the largest gun decks. They did not seek glory in assaults upon the strongest walls. They sought the organs that allowed those walls to live. A torpedo penetrated the command spine of Defence Station Martyr's Vigil. Melter charges cut through its inner hatch. The metal sagged, ran, and opened beneath a wash of white heat. Corpus Brethren entered through the vapour. Their dirty white armour was painted gold by the molten breach. The first squad advanced behind a slab of boarding shield, bolters firing around its edges in measured pairs. Officers died before ratings. Vox operators died before gunners. When Imperial armsmen attempted to form a firing line, fragmentation grenades rolled beneath their shields and burst among their legs. The traitor Astartes moved on. They did not waste time finishing every wounded man. They planted charges upon atmospheric processors and cut coolant lines feeding the station's reactor sanctum. Havoc secured intersections long enough for the sabotage teams to complete their work. Then the warriors withdrew into their torpedoes before the station's reserve companies arrived. Martyr's Vigil retained every one of its macro batteries. Its command crew was dead. Its Vox network had failed. Its atmosphere escaped through ruptured recycling towers while gunners remained trapped at their posts. Thousands suffocated beside loaded weapons they could no longer aim. The same pattern repeated across the Crown. Command nodes vanished. Life support failed. Signal relays went dark. The Corpus Brethren were not tearing down the fortress ring. They were cutting its nerves. At the orbital Basilica Sword of Absolution, the boarding torpedoes struck through stained glass transepts and reliquary chambers. The Basilica had been built around the armoured hull of an ancient battleship. Chapels occupied its former gun decks. Pilgrims prayed within launch bays converted into cathedrals. Shrine guards defended corridors beneath marble statues of crusading saints. They died before they understood what had entered among them. Sword brother Garrick Thane reached the eastern transept with 37 Black Templars at his back. Smoke rolled beneath the vaulted ceiling. Fires burned within shattered reliquaries. Shrine guards lay across the marble in heaps, their bodies opened by bolt fire. Blood covered the feet of stone saints. Thane raised his power sword. Brothers, the foe has profaned a house of the Emperor. The blade awakened in blue-white light. Correct their error. The Templars advanced. The first Corpus Brethren squad appeared through the smoke in disciplined formation. Brass trim caught the flames. Red, many-eyed demon heads stared from their pauldrons. Both sides fired. Bolt rounds crossed the transept at point-blank range. A Black Templar took a shell through the gorget. It detonated inside his throat and hurled his helm from his shoulders upon a column of blood. A Corpus Brethren warrior lost half his faceplate to a mass-reactive impact, staggered, then continued firing until a second round burst within his chest. The distance closed. Chainswords struck Ceramite. Thane met the first traitor beneath a statue of Rogel Dawn. His power sword carved through a brass-edged pauldron, bit into the shoulder beneath and severed the warrior's arm. The traitor answered with a headbutt that cracked Thane's helm lens. Thane drove the sword through his enemy's abdomen. The power field boiled organs inside corrupted armor. The Corpus warrior leaned closer, pressing himself farther onto the blade to bring a combat knife toward Thane's throat. Thane caught the wrist. Faithless thing. The traitor's ruined helm gave a wet laugh. Still hungry. Thane tore the blade upward, splitting torso and breastplate to the sternum. Around him, the transept became an abattoir. Chainsword teeth threw ropes of blood across saintly faces. Power fists crushed armor into flesh. A sword brother lost both legs to an axe stroke and continued firing from the floor until a Corpus Brethren warrior stamped through his skull. Black Templars pushed through bolter fire to reach the foe. The Corpus Brethren yielded ground in ordered steps, covering each withdrawal with grenades and crossfire. They were not lesser warriors driven mad by the warp. They were Astartes who remembered 10,000 methods of killing and had spent millennia refining their cruelty. Thane saw the pattern. They seek the air shrines, he voxed. Second and fourth squads, break right, seal the lower passages. First squad, upon me. The Templars changed direction without hesitation. They reached the life support chapel as Corpus serfs set charges around the atmospheric sanctum. Bolt rifles barked. The serfs burst apart. A traitor Havoc turned an autocannon toward the charging loyalists and fired until the corridor became a storm of metal. 3 Templars fell. Thane reached the Havoc and drove his sword through the weapon's receiver. The autocannon exploded between them. Shrapnel punched through Thane's tabard and buried itself in his armor. He killed the Havoc with the broken remains of the gun. The battle lasted 19 minutes. When it ended, the surviving Corpus Brethren withdrew through their breachcraft, leaving the Templars in possession of a burning basilica. 19 of Thane's brothers lay dead. He looked upon them without lowering his sword. "Record their names," he said, "then return them to war." Across the void, Admiral Cade saw the crown failing by increments. Defense platforms disappeared from his hololith. Dockyards ceased answering. The enemy battle barge continued closing behind overlapping shields, while the Imperial fleet remained trapped in defensive dispersal. Cade touched the attack room. "Cruiser divisions Halberd and Scepter form upon my flagship. Escorts will screen our flanks. We drive through the enemy van and engage the battle barge at close range." His flag captain looked toward him. "That will leave the Northern Crown exposed. The Northern Crown is already dying. We may not return." Cade's augmetic eye fixed upon the enemy flagship. "Return is not part of the order." The Imperial spearhead accelerated. The indomitable Judgment led 3 cruisers and 11 escorts through the wreckage. Their prows smashed aside debris. Point defense batteries shredded boarding craft. Lances struck the nearest Chaos cruiser until its shields failed and its forward decks erupted into flame. The Chaos formation opened before them. Too easily. Within the Oliensis Reborn, The feaster in the twilight watched Cade approach through memories taken from officers of the outer patrol. He knew the Admiral's habits. Cade favoured aggression when static defence began to fail. He distrusted withdrawal. He believed proximity clarified battle. The feaster had tasted those convictions from another man's brain. "Hold fire," he ordered. The Corpus Brethren fleet obeyed. 3 crippled transports drifted near the Imperial formation. Their drives were dead. Their hulls bled atmosphere. Cade's augurs marked them as wrecks. The feaster closed his fist. The transports detonated. Their holds contained promethium, plasma warheads, and captive psychers wired into unstable containment fields. The explosions bloomed within the Imperial spearhead. Void shields flared beneath pressure from all directions. One escort vanished. Another tumbled away with its engines torn open. The indomitable Judgment lost 2 shield layers. The Chaos Fleet fired. Lance beams crossed at the flagship's position. Armor vaporized from its port flank. Macro shells struck the cruiser, righteous fury, breaking its spine and opening entire decks to vacuum. The Imperial spearhead disintegrated beneath the concentrated barrage. Cade remained upon his throne as the bridge shook around him. "Continue advance," he ordered. No one questioned him. Below, the crown of nails broke in 4 places. Dreadclaw assault pods descended through the breaches, their hulls glowing from atmospheric entry. Corrupted landing craft and mass conveyors followed in numbers that obscured the stars. Helldrakes swept ahead. The demon engines tore through Imperial interceptors, iron wings carving aircraft apart, while bale flamers washed cockpits in warp-borne fire. Hell Talons dived upon Hydra emplacements. Captured Thunderhawks fired missiles into defense batteries bearing the same aquilae still visible beneath desecrated paint. Wreckage fell toward Narthex Primus. Burning ships entered the atmosphere in pieces. Orbital platforms became meteor storms. Debris struck Manufactoria, pilgrimage roads, and habitation districts across whole continents. Then came the armies. The first mass conveyors opened above the ash plains and disgorged cultists by the million. Some descended by grav chute, others fell without them. Bodies burst upon the ground while those who survived rose and ran toward the gun lines. Many carried autoguns. More carried blades, clubs or nothing. Imperial basilisks fired. The bombardment walked across the advancing host in walls of earth and flame. Shells lifted hundreds of bodies at a time. Craters filled with blood, soil and fragments of armor. Manticore missiles descended in shrieking clusters, turning entire formations into firestorms. Still, the conveyors came. Renegade tanks landed behind the mortal waves. Rhinos and predators ground through fields of corpses. Defilers unfolded from transport cradles. Forge fiends entered the smoke with plasma burning inside their jaws. Across all 12 hive cathedrals, the ground war began. The feaster descended toward Basilica Vor. His dreadclaw struck directly through a command bunker. Armored walls collapsed beneath the pod. Men inside were crushed into the floor by its weight. The assault craft's talons opened, and its doors unfolded amid steam and pulverized stone. Laserguns fired from every trench. Beams struck the feaster's armor in sheets of red light. Some scorched the ancient ceramite. Most vanished against it. The feaster ran. The distance between pod and command line disappeared beneath the violence of Astartes' speed. His chosen followed, bolters hammering. Imperial officers saw distant brass-white figures. Then those figures were among them. The feaster broke the first commander's spine with the back of his hand. His chain blade opened a Vox officer from shoulder to hip. A commissar raised a bolt pistol and managed one shot before the feaster caught him by the throat and hurled him into the trench wall, hard enough to scatter his skull across the men behind him. The command position ceased to exist. Beneath Basilica Vor, corrupted servitors completed their maintenance rites. One by one, planetary shield generators accepted false absolution codes. One by one, their barriers lowered. Sergeant Jarek Saul stood in a trench before the Saint statues and watched the sky vanish. Transport hulls covered the horizon. More descended behind them, and more behind those, rank upon rank of black shapes falling through fire. Lieutenant Behrens stared upward. How many? Jarek tightened his grip upon his laser gun. The clouds had become engines. The daylight had become flame. Enough that numbers no longer mean anything. Hunger reached Narthex Primus before the enemy banners did. The first mag rail died beneath Basilica Secundus when charges placed along its gravitic spine detonated in sequence. The transport line had carried grain, corpse starch, ammunition, and replacement workers through 4 continental districts. Its collapse buried 3 trains beneath molten supports and sent another from an elevated track into a habitation canyon crowded with evacuees. The second line failed 10 minutes later. By the end of the hour, every major supply artery connecting the western hives had been severed, blocked, or redirected into territory already claimed by the invader. Refrigeration vaults lost power across the lower levels. Storage doors remained sealed while meat, algae paste, and nutrient cultures spoiled behind them. Administratum overseers refused to authorize emergency distribution until the correct seals could be obtained. Men gathered outside the vaults and listened to food rot behind armored walls. Above the planet, orbital grain reserves burned. The Corpus fleet did not destroy them indiscriminately. Precision fire opened selected silos, igniting wheat and nutrient meal in slow pillars of gold. The fires could be seen from the upper hive windows. Citizens watched enough food to sustain continents become smoke beneath the stars. The water remained clear. That was the cruelty of it. Chemical contaminants entered purification systems through service intakes and maintenance valves. The liquid smelled clean and reflected lumen light without color. Men drank deeply, then collapsed hours later with blood leaking from their gums and bowels. Others survived but vomited until there was nothing left in them except bile and strips of stomach lining. Within 48 standard hours, ration allotments were reduced across 7 hive strata. Within 72, the lowest districts received nothing. The priesthood ordered fasting sermons. The workers called it murder. Confessionals across Basilica Vor opened their bronze doors. Men entered seeking guidance and heard the voices of their commanders. One recording carried Lord Marshal Devron's admission that the ruling synod possessed grain stores beneath the Cathedral of Ascension. Another revealed the private reservoir maintained for senior officers and their household servants. Images appeared upon public pick screens, showing vaults stacked with sealed ration crates, preserved meat and clear water held behind armed guards. Some images were genuine. Others had been assembled from memories harvested inside the Oliensis Reborn. The distinction did not matter to the starving. At Distribution Hall 9, 20,000 labourers pressed against the gates before dawn. They carried ration tokens, work seals, and devotional books. They had arrived in ordered lines because obedience had been driven into them since birth. By midday, they were shouting. By the next hour, they were killing. Sergeant Jarek Sol reached the hall with 43 men of his platoon and 2 squads of militia, who had never faced an enemy outside a drill cage. Steam filled the chamber. Overhead pipes had ruptured, spilling scalding vapor across the crowd. Red emergency lumens turned every face into a mask of blood. The iron shutters before the ration counters were closed. Hands clawed through their viewing slits. "Line abreast," Jarek ordered. "Shields forward. Laser guns high." Lieutenant Behrens stood beside him, one hand pressed against the Vox receiver at his ear. "Command says restore order without lethal force." Jarek watched a ration clerk pulled through a serving aperture. The man disappeared into the crowd. His scream ended beneath the sound of boots and fists. "Command is welcome to demonstrate." The soldiers formed a wall. The crowd saw uniforms and surged. Men shouted that the food was theirs. Others shouted that the Emperor had abandoned them. A priest climbed onto a counter and began reciting the litany of endurance until someone struck him with a steel ration plate. He fell. The crowd consumed the space where he had stood. Jarek raised his voice. "Citizens of Narthex, withdraw from the gates. Return to your assigned HAB districts. Rations will be distributed under military supervision." A man at the front laughed. His cheeks had collapsed inward from hunger. Blood darkened the front of his worker's robe. "There are no rations." "There will be. Your officers have them." A pict screen above the hall flickered to life. Lord Marshal Devron appeared upon it, seated in an interrogation frame. Half his face had been removed. His remaining eye stared forward, while machinery kept his jaw moving. "The upper command stores contain sufficient provisions for 19 standard years," his recorded voice said. "Those stores are not intended for general distribution." The crowd became silent. Then the screen showed shelves, crates, reservoir tanks, rows of preserved carcasses hanging in cold mist. Jarek felt the formation behind him shift. Even his soldiers were hungry. The recording continued. "Maintenance of command authority requires nutritional security." Someone hurled a ration token. It struck Jarek's breastplate and fell into the ash at his feet. The crowd charged. "Controlled volley," Jarek said. Baron looked at him. "Sergeant. Front rank, knees and lower body, fire." Laser guns cracked. Red beams crossed the hall. Men fell with legs burned apart beneath them. Flesh blackened. Bone flashed white through smoking wounds. The momentum of the crowd carried those behind over the fallen. "Second rank the fallen. Second rank. Fire." More men dropped. A blade appeared between two boarding shields and entered a militiaman's throat. The wielder vanished before Jarek could identify him. Another soldier screamed as a hooked knife opened his thigh. Cultists moved within the mob. They wore worker rags and shrine cords. They struck once, disappeared, and allowed Imperial weapons to kill those around them. "Enemy infiltrators," Jarek voxed. "Watch the hands. Kill armed men first." A labour servitor turned from the grain furnaces. Its eyes glowed violet. The machine had spent 80 years carrying nutrient meal between hoppers. Its arms ended in lifting claws. Its spine was fused to a tracked chassis, scarred with ecclesiarchal seals. It seized the furnace cradle. Warning bells began to ring. Jarek saw corrupted Binharic script crawl across the machine's chest plate. "Down!" The servitor overturned the furnace. A wave of burning meal, molten grease and red-hot metal poured across the hall. Men vanished beneath it. Steam became flame. The front of the crowd collapsed into screaming darkness as grain dust ignited in the air. The blast threw Jarek against a barrier. His helmet struck iron. For several seconds he heard nothing except a dull internal tolling. Then sound returned. Men burned standing up. Their clothes and hair became torches. Others clawed through heaps of scalding meal while their skin peeled from their arms in wet strips. A soldier stumbled past without a face, his features cooked away beneath a mask of steaming blood. Jarek forced himself upright. Withdraw by squads. Maintain fire. Do not run. The cultists were already gone. They had not come to seize the ration hall. They had come to make the Imperium slaughter its own starving citizens. Far above, Corpus brethren crawled through the hive's veins. Their armor could not pass through the narrowest maintenance ducts while fully assembled. They removed pauldrons, mag-locked weapons to their backs, and entered the shafts one at a time. The spaces were meant for servitors. Astartes forced themselves through them. Dirty white ceramite scraped against rusted walls. Brass trim tore free cables. Grease, blood, and chemical runoff coated their plate. The warriors moved without complaint, advancing through spaces that compressed even their augmented bodies. They bypassed fortified intersections. They crawled beneath armories and command chapels. One squad emerged behind a heavy bolter position overlooking the eastern transit causeway. The gunners never saw the panel open behind them. A chain blade entered the loader's spine. A second warrior seized the gunner's skull and crushed it against the weapon housing. The squad fired down the corridor. Bolters controlled intersections. Flamers cleared bunkers. Meltagans turned sealed blast doors into running metal. Chain blades remained quiet until the defenders broke. Then the brethren pursued. They killed with method, not frenzy. Officers first, Vox operators second, heavy weapon crews third. Wounded survivors were left where their screams would travel. One corporal was found alive outside the cathedral armory. His legs had been removed at the hips. His breastplate bore words carved through steel and flesh. "We know where you keep the food." A Vox transmitter had been wired into his jaw. Its antenna was made from the teeth of his dead squad. Imperial Medici personnel carried him behind the lines. The transmitter began repeating the names of hidden command stores as soon as it detected a military Vox network. When an orderly tried to cut it free, the device detonated inside the corporal's mouth. His skull burst across the treatment chamber. The recording continued through the fragments. Chirurgeon Malthrax established his first field abattoir inside Medici Sanctum 17. The red cross of the Officio Medici remained above its gates. Corpus serfs hung flayed bodies beneath it. Inside, wounded prisoners lay upon the same operating tables where Imperial surgeons had treated them hours earlier. Malthrax's attendants moved between the rows with hooks, saws, and each prisoner received a classification: interrogation, augmetic reclamation, biological trial, nutrient rendering. Some were marked for several. Malthrax walked among them while surgical limbs unfolded behind him. Blades clicked. Needles tested the air. His armor retained the pale color of an apothecary, though dried blood filled every recess. At the center of the sanctum lay a dead Black Templar. The warrior's armor had been removed. His chest had been opened with precision. Reinforced ribs spread beneath clamps. The fused black carapace showed where it joined flesh and muscle. Malthrax inserted a reductor into the corpse. The instrument penetrated the chest cavity. A viable progenoid gland emerged within its claws. Malthrax held it to the light. "Stable," he said. A mortal assistant bowed. "For implantation, master." "For comparison." He turned toward a second table. A Corpus Brethren warrior lay there, still alive. Half his abdomen had been burned away by melter fire. His remaining heart continued to beat. One eye lens tracked Malthrax's approach. "I can fight," the wounded Astartes said. "No. My limbs answer. Your gene seed remains uncontaminated." The warrior tried to rise. Restraints tightened. My service is not concluded. Your body is. Malthrax drove the reductor through his breastplate. The warrior roared as the instrument bored into him. His remaining hand closed around the table hard enough to crush its edge. Malthrax extracted the gland while the Corpus warrior still lived. The heart monitor slowed. No prayer was spoken. No honor was offered. The gene seed belonged to the Brotherhood. The warrior had merely carried it. Along the sanctum walls, transparent cylinders held severed nervous systems suspended in nutrient fluid. Spines floated beside opened brains. Eyes remained attached by pale cords. Electrical pulses travelled through the cylinders, forcing the tissues to experience pain without the relief of death. Cables led from them into resonator nodes embedded in the walls. Cantervale tasted the suffering through the planetary signal. Every stimulated nerve added another tone. Across Narthex Primus, public confessionals began to speak. A factory overseer entered one beneath Hive Cathedral Tertius. The grill opened, but no confessor waited beyond it. Instead, a captured colonel whispered from the dark, "I knew the Eastern Line would fail." The overseer froze. The voice continued. "I sent the levies there because my own regiment required time to withdraw." A heartbeat sounded through the confessional. Slow, heavy, afraid. "I ordered the ration stores sealed." The beat accelerated. "I told them there was nothing left." Wet chewing followed. The heartbeat stopped. The confessional door opened by itself. The overseer stumbled out to find hundreds of workers waiting to enter. The feaster issued no call for rebellion. He demanded no surrender. He simply revealed enough to make obedience taste like humiliation. Castellan Vare answered with steel. Black Templar strike forces moved through the burning hive in impulsors, land raiders and thunderhawks. They did not disperse among every threatened district. They struck confirmed Corpus positions, destroyed them, and withdrew before the enemy could concentrate. The first abattoir fell beneath a land raider assault. Its Lascannons opened the Medicae facade. Sword brethren entered through the breach. Bolters thundered through operating chambers. Corpus serfs died at their stations. A Black Templar power sword split a chirurgeon's assistant from collar to groin. The second abattoir burned beneath melter fire. The third was taken from above after a Thunderhawk smashed through the roof and deployed aggressors into the surgical nave. Hundreds of prisoners were recovered. Few remained whole. Some begged the Templars to kill them. Others attacked their rescuers because the resonator signal had taught them to associate black armor with meat. Vare stood inside the third ruined station, while apothecaries assessed the survivors. Sword brother Garrick Thane approached him. All enemy Astartes withdrew before our arrival. Casualties. Serfs and auxiliaries only. Vare looked toward the walls. Brass nodes pulsed beneath layers of flesh. Each had been set into the structure where it could have been removed before the raid. "They abandoned these intact," he said. Thane's damaged helm turned toward the nearest device. "A trap? An invitation." Magos Dominus Ferranus 9 entered under Skitari guard. Data spikes extended from his wrists and pierced the node. Noospheric symbols filled the chamber. His body became still while his mind followed the signal outward. One node linked to another, then another. Thousands spread across the planet. Battlefields, confessionals, ration halls, and Medicae stations formed points within a single harmonic structure. Ferranus 9 severed the connection. "The network is not transmitting through fixed machinery alone," he said. "It incorporates active vox systems, weapons discharges, structural vibration, and biological distress." Thane looked toward him. "Speak plainly, priest." Every battle strengthens it. Ver's hand closed around the hilt of his sword. Artillery contributes. Vox traffic contributes. Screams contribute. The Magos projected the lattice. It covered Narthex Primus like a second nervous system. The sepulchral choir is absorbing the war. Every explosion provides amplitude. Every transmission provides reach. Every death provides variation. Then silence the network, Ver said. Planetary shutdown would blind Astra Militarum Command, air defense, orbital coordination, and evacuation authority. Billions of soldiers would lose orders during active assault. Alternative, Varanus 9's lenses focused upon him. None presently calculated. Jarek's platoon reached the lower hive of Basilica Vor after night cycle. No night remained outside. Fires had replaced the sun. The streets were quiet. Too quiet. Thousands of men knelt in the central processional avenue. Workers, pilgrims, soldiers, and shrine attendants formed perfect rows around heaps of bodies. No one spoke. They ate. Hands entered open torsos. Fingers tore strips from limbs. Men lifted flesh to their mouths with the solemn care of receiving sacrament. Blood covered their chins and devotional robes. Jarek's soldiers stopped behind him. One recruit vomited. The kneeling men did not look up. The cathedral speakers recited the litany of sacred endurance. The words were correct. The voice was not. It was deep, calm, and close enough to seem whispered against Jarek's ear. "Blessed are those who are emptied," said the feaster in the twilight, "for they shall learn what has always waited within." Thousands continued chewing. Jarek raised his laser gun. From somewhere among the devotional rows, a man began to laugh. The ruined nave had no roof. Ash fell through the broken vaulting and settled upon the armor of the Black Templars like grey snow. Fires burned where confessionals had stood. Statues of saints lay beheaded across the processional floor, their stone faces buried beneath spent casings. Blood and the blackened remnants of men who had sought sanctuary too late. Castellan Othmar Ver stood before the altar. The brethren of the Vowbound formed ranks below him. Their armor bore the wounds of the orbital war and the fighting within Basilica Vor. Blades had scored the black ceramite. Bolt impacts had cratered breastplates. Wax seals hung burned and torn, their parchment vows darkened by the blood of those who had carried them. No brother knelt. The time for ceremony had passed. A hololithic projection burned above the altar, showing the interior of Hive Cathedral Septimus. The image trembled beneath interference. Transit arteries, manufactorum levels, and defense tunnels appeared as pale lines around a pulsing red mark buried beneath the central cathedral. Resonator, Node, Primus. Magos, Dominus, Varanus. 9 believed it to be the principal relay feeding the corrupted signal into 3 hive strata. Destroying it would not end the hunger spreading across Narthex Primus, but it might blind the enemy's design long enough for the Imperial command to act. Ver looked upon his brothers. He offered them no promise of victory. He spoke no assurance that the Emperor would preserve them. "The enemy has made a weapon from suffering," he said. "He has taken hunger, fear, and the weakness of mortal flesh and bound them to a machine. He believes this makes him subtle." His voice passed through the broken nave without amplification. "It does not. It makes him a heretic standing behind a wall." Sword brother Garrick Thane rested the point of his blade against the floor. The crack across his helm lens remained unrepaired. Dried blood marked the gorget beneath it. Ver continued, "We will breach the wall. We will destroy the node. We will kill all who stand between us and that duty." No cry answered him. The Black Templars did not need one. Duty was not strengthened by volume. Vere drew his sword and lowered its point toward the altar. Accept any death that serves the oath. Reject every death that does not. The brethren crossed their weapons against their breastplates. Metal struck ceramite in a single thunderous blow. Baron Holt stood apart from them. The Emperor's champion held the black sword in both hands. His armor was blacker than that of his brothers, its surfaces stripped of ornament beyond the white cross and the bindings of his office. He had spoken little since descending to Narthex Primus. Men claimed the Emperor guided such warriors through visions. Vere had never asked Holt what he had seen. Revelation was measured by obedience, not explanation. The Castellan descended from the altar and stopped before him. He touched the flat of his sword against Holt's breastplate. Find the strongest among them. Holt's helm inclined. And kill him. The armored assault began beneath a sky the color of an infected wound. Land raiders advanced abreast through the avenue leading towards Septimus. Their tracks crushed wreckage, corpses and abandoned shrine carts into the road. Lascannons fired from their sponsons, burning through corrupted emplacements hidden within the cathedral facades. Repulsors followed in the spaces between them, gravitic plates throwing ash and body fragments outward beneath their hulls. Heavy weapons tracked upper levels where cultists crowded shattered windows. Vindicators formed the point of the wedge. Their siege shields pushed through barricades made from hab plating, overturned transports, and the chained bodies of Imperial prisoners. Demolisher cannons fired at near-contact range. Each discharge struck the streets like the fist of an angry god. The first corrupted barricade disappeared in a sphere of fire and broken masonry. The second folded inward, crushing the mortals sheltering behind it. Intercessors moved beside the armor. Their bolt rifles spoke in disciplined sequence. Upper windows flashed. Men carrying missile launchers burst apart before they could fire. Mass reactive shells entered torsos and detonated, throwing limbs and organs across devotional balconies. The cultists came in numbers sufficient to clog the avenue. They wore scavenged flak plate, pilgrims' robes and strips of human skin. Some fired autoguns, others charged with cleavers, mining tools and chains hung with teeth. Their faces bore cuts made in the shape of open mouths. Aggressors stepped forward. Flamestorm gauntlets ignited. Fire rolled across the road in widening sheets. The first ranks vanished inside it. Men became upright silhouettes of burning fat before collapsing into one another. Those behind pushed forward, trapped by the press of bodies, and entered the flames screaming. The avenue became a channel of living fire. The land raiders drove through it. Astra Militarum armor followed the Vowbound into the breach. Lehman Rust demolishers battered enemy-held manufactoria on both sides of the advance. Their turret weapons fired into loading doors, assembly galleries, and fortified conveyor mouths. Buildings split open beneath the impacts, spilling machinery and bodies into the streets. Hellhounds turned their inferno cannons toward tunnel entrances. Burning promethium flooded downward through the passages. Cultists emerged with flesh hanging from their bones, stumbling only a few steps before collapsing beneath the guns of the supporting infantry. At the center of the Imperial column moved the Baneblade Penance Eternal. Its hull was a traveling fortress. Heavy bolters raked the ruins. Lascannons stabbed through smoke. Its main turret turned toward a corrupted land raider emerging from a transit arch ahead. The traitor vehicle bore dirty white armor beneath layers of dried flesh. Brass hooks hung from its assault ramp. Corpses had been nailed across its glacis as devotional armor. Both vehicles fired. The Baneblade's shell struck first. The corrupted Land Raider vanished inside the detonation. Its front armor collapsed into the troop compartment. One sponson spun through the air, trailing cables and burning meat. The surviving half of the vehicle slid sideways, tracks still turning. Something crawled from the wreck. Possessed warriors erupted through the broken hull. Their armor had split around swollen bodies. Horns tore through helmets. Arms ended in claws long enough to open tank plate. One warrior ran upon all fours, its spine bending in places no Astartes body should bend. They struck the Penance Eternal. Claws hooked into armor seams. Possessed climbed the moving Super Heavy while its defensive guns tried to track them. One tore the Pintle Gunner from his mount and bit through his skull. Another punched into a vision block and widened the opening with both hands. The Baneblade continued forward. Its commander screamed over the Vox. "Boarders upon the hull! Astartes support required." Sword Brother Thane was already moving. He leapt from the assault ramp of a Land Raider onto the Baneblade's rear deck. 7 Sword Brethren followed him across the gap. Their boots struck the Super Heavy's armor as the vehicle ground through debris beneath them. A Possessed turned. Its mouth opened vertically through the center of its helm. Thane's power sword took its head. The creature did not fall. Claws punched into Thane's shoulder plate and dragged him close. A tongue covered in hooked barbs lashed across his cracked face lens. Thane drove his sword into the possessed warrior's chest and tore downward. The power field opened armor, ribcage and abdomen in one stroke. Black organs spilled across the Baneblade's engine deck. They writhed independently, crawling toward the nearest heat vent. A sword brother crushed them beneath his boot. The other possessed reached the command cupola. One forced its arm through a vision slit. Men screamed inside the tank as claws found them. Blood sprayed from the opening. Thane seized the creature by one horn. It turned with impossible speed and buried its teeth in his forearm guard. Ceramite cracked. Thane dragged it away from the cupola and held it across the path of a heavy bolter turret. The gun fired. The possessed disintegrated from the waist upward. Its lower body remained clinging to the hull until the Baneblade's vibration shook it loose. The last creature tore open an exhaust grill. Heat and flame enveloped it. The flesh around its armor blistered but did not burn away. It reached into the machinery beneath. Thane brought his sword down through its spine. The blade passed between corrupted vertebrae and entered the Baneblade's armor. The possessed convulsed as the power field cooked its organs. Thane twisted the weapon until both hearts burst inside the creature's chest. He kicked the corpse from the hull. "Your road is clear," he voxed. The commander of the Penance Eternal answered through screams and weapons fire. "Not clear, Lord. Merely less occupied." The Imperial Wedge entered the Transit Cathedral. Once, the structure had served as the central station for 3 hive levels. Rail lines crossed beneath vaulted ceilings painted with the triumphs of forgotten crusades. Elevated roads curved around immense statues of martyrs. Pilgrim platforms stretched into darkness, each large enough to hold armies. Now the saints had been hollowed and filled with amplifiers. Cantor Vale waited upon the highest platform. His allied, Noise Marines, stood along the elevated roads. Weapons fused into their armor by cables, cartilage, and trembling flesh. Blastmasters rested upon shoulders shaped by mutation into living gun mounts. Sonic blasters pointed downward toward the advancing Imperial column. Vale raised one hand. The Transit Cathedral screamed. Blastmaster fire struck the supporting columns. Stone and ferrocrete exploded outward. Elevated roads broke at their foundations and collapsed onto the armor below. A repulsor disappeared beneath thousands of tons of masonry. One land raider survived the impact, but became trapped, its tracks spinning beneath rubble, while cultists poured from maintenance passages around it. The second sonic wave struck the Space Marines. Autosensors filled with false warnings. Target runes multiplied. Helmet lenses showed enemies where none existed. Vox channels became a wall of shrieking voices, some belonging to dead brothers. A Black Templar tore off his helm after hearing his own voice beg for mercy. The next sonic pulse ruptured his skull. Vare understood. "External sound disabled," he ordered. The command passed once, then the Vowbound silenced their own Vox. Helmet audio feeds died. The battle became mute. Bolters fired without thunder. Buildings collapsed without impact. Men screamed behind open mouths while no sound reached the warriors advancing through them. The Black Templars changed formation through hand signals. Target runes were restricted to visual confirmation. Sword Brethren marked firing lanes with blade gestures. Intercessors watched for the muzzle vibration of enemy weapons rather than trusting corrupted Auspex returns. They felt the war through their armor. The recoil of bolt rifles traveled through gauntlets and shoulders. Explosions climbed through their boots. The approach of enemy engines became tremors in the road. The Noise Marines fired again. The Templars advanced into it. Baron Holt moved ahead of the formation. He climbed the broken steps of the central platform, while sonic fire shattered stone around him. A Noise Marine champion descended to meet him. The traitor's armor shimmered with colors that crawled when viewed directly. A power blade curved from one fist. His helm had fused to an organ of brass and wet flesh rising from his shoulders. A doom siren. The champion bowed. Holt raised the black sword. The Noise Marine moved first. His blade crossed the distance with Slaaneshi speed, striking Holt's pauldron before the Emperor's champion completed his opening cut. Sparks burst across black armor. Holt turned the next blow aside and drove forward. The traitor twisted away. The black sword cut nothing but perfumed smoke. The champion struck Holt twice more, blade carving through the breastplate and opening the armor beneath one arm. Holt felt warm blood fill the body glove under his plate. He did not retreat. The Noise Marine's shoulder organ opened. The doom siren fired. Sound became force. Holt's armor buckled inward. Ribs cracked. One lung ruptured. Blood burst from his mouth and filled his helm. His secondary heart stuttered beneath the pressure. The platform behind him shattered. Holt stepped forward. The champion fired again. The Emperor's champion felt organs tear loose inside him. His vision darkened. Warning sigils filled his lenses, ignored and meaningless. He took another step. The Noise Marine's posture changed. Not fear, surprise. Holt struck. The black sword entered beneath the champion's raised arm and passed through his chest. Its power field burned through armor, flesh, and both hearts. The blade emerged from the traitor's back and sank into the altar behind him. Holt drove him against the stone. The champion writhed upon the sword. Flesh cooked inside his armor. Perfumed vapor escaped through every joint. Holt leaned close enough that their helms touched. You mistook pain for dominion. He tore the sword free. The corpse fell in 2 pieces. The platform trembled. The gnawing brute entered through the smoke. His brass jaws worked without pause. Blood darkened the teeth. The chain fist upon his arm awakened with a low mechanical growl. Holt turned. The brute charged. The black sword met the chain fist. Adamantine teeth struck the power field. Sparks exploded between them. The impact drove Holt backward across the altar steps. He swung again. The brute caught the blade between the rotating chain teeth. Metal screamed. A notch tore from the black sword's edge. Holt drove his armored brow into the brute's jawed helm. The brass mouth opened. It closed upon Holt's vambrace. Teeth punched through ceramite. The brute twisted, grinding armor and flesh together. Holt struck the side of the creature's helm with his free fist. The jaws tightened. The brute hurled him against a pillar. Stone cracked behind Holt's back. His left arm remained trapped between the brute's gauntlet and the masonry. The chain fist descended. Holt moved too slowly. The weapon did not sever the limb. It crushed it. Bones broke from wrist to shoulder. Armor folded inward. Blood burst through the elbow joint in a black-red sheet. Holt made no sound. The brute's brass jaws lowered toward his helm. Then a voice entered the chamber through every corrupted speaker. Withdraw. The feaster. The brute remained motionless. Holt raised the black sword in his surviving hand. The brute released him. He tore away the crushed vambrace, taking flesh and broken fingers with it. The gauntlet disappeared between the teeth of his mask. "You are not ripe," he said. His jaws ground down. "Hate longer." He withdrew with the surviving Noise Marines. The Black Templars pursued into the lower sanctum. Resonator node Primus filled the chamber beneath the transit cathedral. Harvested brains hung in glass vessels around a central sonic engine. Cables pierced exposed tissue. Human faces had been stretched across brass housings, their mouths opening and closing with every pulse. Varanus 9 entered with Skitarii maniples. Rangers secured the galleries. Vanguard fired radium weapons into the last Corpus serfs guarding the control pits. Cataphron servitors rolled forward through bolter impacts and crushed the survivors beneath their tracks. The Magos connected himself to the node. Binharic shrieks filled the noosphere. Enemy code resisted him, twisting through sacrificial circuits and corrupted machine prayers. Varanus 9 burned away the first layers, isolated the control paths, and severed them one by one. The suspended brains began to die. Some screamed through attached speakers. Others remembered how. The central engine slowed. Across 3 hive levels, the whispering ceased. Men who had been clawing at one another stopped. Soldiers lowered weapons aimed at comrades. Civilians emerged from hiding and heard, for the first time in days, only the distant guns. Imperial Vox channels erupted with reports of deliverance. Ver did not celebrate. He stood before a projection left inside the node. It showed the sepulchral choir in impossible detail. Passages appeared beneath the known foundations, descending through sealed strata beyond Mechanicus records. At the center lay a structure identified in ancient notation, the ossuary core. Varanus 9 studied it. This information was not stored within the node's functional architecture. Meaning? Thane asked. It was placed for discovery. Ver looked at the map. The enemy had surrendered the node. He had left the roots. He had allowed the silence. "He wants us to see where the blade must fall," the Castellan said. Varanus 9's lenses contracted. Conclusion supported. Ver saw the wider design. Every surviving regiment would now be ordered toward the sepulchral choir. Priests, psychers, commanders and reserves would gather around the one mechanism the Corpus Brethren required. The Imperium would pack its faith, authority, and suffering into a single place. A congregation prepared for sacrifice. "Transmit false deployments," Ver ordered. Disperse the command staffs. Move no further reserves toward the choir. The responses came almost immediately. Planetary Command refused. Basilica commanders demanded reinforcement. Ecclesiarchal authorities ordered the choir defended at any cost. Panicked officers redirected regiments toward the central districts before Vare's countermand reached them. Fear accomplished what strategy would not. The Imperial armies began to converge. Baron Holt awakened beneath white surgical lumens. His left arm was gone at the shoulder. An apothecary stood over him, armor stained with blood. "No replacement is available," the apothecary said. "You will remain withdrawn until reconstruction can be attempted." Holt sat upright. The movement reopened, wounds across his chest. Blood ran beneath the seals. "Bring me the sword. Brother Champion." The sword. The damaged black sword was placed beside him. Holt took it in his remaining hand. He wrapped restraint chains around the hilt, gauntlet and forearm until the weapon could not be knocked free. The apothecary watched him rise. "You cannot fight as before." Holt secured the final chain. "Then I will fight as I am." Across the hive, the gnawing brute sat among the dead. Holt's severed gauntlet turned between the brass teeth of his mask. Ceramite broke. Blood and fragments of bone entered the mouth beneath. The brute tasted wrath. It stretched through the hive like a burning road, leading from the apothecarian toward him. Behind his lenses, a vision opened, one-handed, bleeding, unbroken. The brute chewed and began to laugh. The first shell fell before dawn cycle and killed men who had already been counted among the dead. It struck the outer pilgrimage camps beyond Basilica Vor, where exhausted regiments slept beneath torn canvas and the shadows of St. statues. The explosion lifted tents, bodies and prayer shrines into the air. Men awoke burning. Others never awoke at all. A second shell landed among the Medici wagons, bursting oxygen cylinders and turning the treatment lines into a furnace. Then the horizon opened fire. Artillery taken from renegade regiments thundered from the ash plains. Basilisks, bearing mutilated imperial eagles, fired beside stolen medusas, and manticores daubed with the many-eyed sigil of the Corpus brethren. Corrupted vindicators crawled into range behind walls of chained prisoners. Their demolisher cannons recoiled, hurling shells into bastions erected by men who had once maintained the vehicles now killing them. Defilers strode among the gun lines. Their battle cannons fired through the smoke, while iron limbs crushed crews too slow to clear their path. Some wore artillerymen nailed across their armor. Others carried cages beneath their bodies, where captives screamed whenever the demon engines moved. The bombardment did not cease when the cultist host advanced. Millions came through their own fire. They poured across the ash wastes in waves broad enough to hide the ground. Renegade soldiers in scavenged flak armor marched beside beastmen, pilgrims driven mad by the hunger signal, and laborers promised food upon victory. Many possessed autoguns. More carried cleavers, mining picks, sharpened lengths of metal, or nothing at all. Shells landed among them. Bodies rose in torn spirals. The survivors closed the gaps without slowing. Those who fell were trampled before their blood finished leaving them.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Men crawled with shattered legs until the mass behind crushed them into the ash. Anti-tank ditches filled with bodies, first living, then dead, then flattened beneath the weight of those continuing forward. The mortal army had not been sent to conquer Basilica Vor. It had been sent to empty imperial magazines. The cathedral city rose beyond the killing fields like a continent forced upright. Its outer walls climbed kilometers into the poisoned sky, layered with armor, habitation districts, gun galleries and shrines. Void shield pylons crowned the battlements, their fields flickering beneath the sustained bombardment. Macro basilicas towered behind them, every spire armed with defense lasers, hydra platforms or vox arrays. Hundreds of millions defended the walls. Astra Militarum regiments held the principal approaches. Planetary Defense Force formations occupied secondary trenches. Armed labor cohorts waited behind them, laser guns chained to their wrists, so panic could not deprive the Imperium of its weapons. Chapels had become gun pits. Basilisks fired from ruined naves, their recoil cracking devotional mosaics beneath their tracks. Manticore carriers waited inside reliquary vaults, missiles raised between statues of kneeling saints. Heavy weapon teams occupied the eyes and mouths of colossal monuments. Entire command staffs worked within the hollow chest of St. Viridian, where Auspec's arrays rotated behind his bronze ribs. Ceremonial avenues crossed the lower city. They had been built for pilgrimage columns numbering in the millions. Now, Lehman Russ squadrons maneuvered across them hull to hull, firing over infantry packed into barricades of masonry and wrecked transports. Baneblades guarded the principal gates, their guns turning beneath clouds of incense, propellant smoke, and falling ash. The war around Basilica Vor could be seen from orbit. Warpsmith Orsiphon watched it through the sensors of his engines. He stood within the command cradle of a corrupted land raider, cables piercing his armor and entering the vehicle's machine spirit. Through the link, he felt the hunger of every demon engine committed to the assault. The Forge Fiends were eager. He released them first. They advanced through the cultist host, crushing mortals beneath clawed feet. Ectoplasma glowed in their maws. Their cannons discharged against the void shield housings built into the outer walls. Blue-white spheres struck adamantium towers. Shield surfaces rippled across the sky. One housing split open, spilling burning machinery and screaming engine sears down the wall. Orsiphon tasted the Forge Fiend's satisfaction. "Again," he commanded in Binharic corruption. "Bite deeper." They fired. Mauler Fiends reached the walls beneath the bombardment. Magma cutters burned through armor while lasher tendrils dragged defenders from firing slits. The beasts climbed vertically, claws punching into ferrocrete. Imperial guns fired downward, blasting limbs from them. Yet the demon engines continued upward on whatever remained. One reached a battlement. Its magma cutters opened a tank from beneath. Crewmen erupted from the hatches, wrapped in fire. The Mauler Fiend seized them in its lasher tendrils and beat their bodies against the parapet until bone and armor became a single red mass. Orsiphon rewarded the beast. A troop carrier opened behind the lines. Captives were driven forward by Corpus serfs and thrown into a feeding trench connected to the Daemon engine's restraint sigils. The Mauler Fiend bent its iron head. Its mouth opened wider than the structure of its skull allowed. The captives disappeared inside. "Good beast," Orsiphon whispered. Above the battlefield, the air became another killing ground. Marauder bombers descended through flat clouds toward the Chaos landing fields. Their payloads fell across fuel depots, mass conveyors, and artillery concentrations. Explosions ran through the invaders' rear lines in expanding circles of flame. Thunderbolts followed at low altitude, autocannons hammering helldrakes that climbed to meet them. The demon aircraft tore through the Imperial formations. One Helldrake caught a thunderbolt between its claws and folded the fighter around its pilot. Another banked through a squadron and released its bale flamer. Warp fire crossed engines, wings, and cockpits. Aircraft continued flying for several heartbeats after their crews had become screaming shadows inside molten canopies. Black Templar Thunderhawks entered the battle beneath escorting gunships. They struck toward artillery towers commanding the western wall. Missiles destroyed anti-aircraft emplacements. Assault ramps opened before the gunships touched down, releasing intercessors and sword brethren directly into the enemy positions. One Thunderhawk never reached its tower. Cantor Vale turned his noise marines toward it. Blastmasters fired. No shell touched the gunship. Sound entered through its armored hull. The Thunderhawk remained intact as it fell. Its crew died within, bones shaken into splinters and organs reduced to slurry. The pilot's hands remained locked around the controls. The transport struck a cathedral spire and broke apart in a rain of black armor, stone, and burning fuel. Vale listened to the impact. "Acceptable," he said. Along the eastern approach, mobile barricades advanced before the Corpus Brethren. They were slabs of plasteel mounted upon tracked platforms, each protected by a compact void shield projector. Imperial prisoners had been chained across their fronts. Soldiers, medici orderlies, artillery crews. Some remained in uniform. Others had been stripped to expose the wounds carved into their bodies. Hooks held their heads upright. Iron rods passed through knees and elbows so they could not collapse. Behind the barricades walked havocs and squads of dirty white Astartes. Imperial fire struck the shields and flared harmlessly. The prisoners screamed for the defenders to stop shooting. Lord General Severian Cord watched through a command hololith inside Basilica Rex. A colonel beside him removed his cap. "My lord, those are men of the 9th Voron and the St. Auric Artillery, cohorts. I can read their insignia. If we fire, the shield projectors may fail only after the prisoners are dead." Cord studied the advance. Behind the living wall, Corpus Brethren Lascannons were moving toward range of the gate housings. Every moment granted to them brought Basilica Vor closer to breach. "Concentrate heavy weapons upon the projectors." The colonel did not move. "My lord." Cord turned his head. "Fire through them." The order passed across the defense network. Gate batteries opened fire. Heavy bolter rounds struck the prisoners first. Bodies burst against the flickering fields. Lascannons burned through flesh, armor, and barricade alike. A captured officer remained alive after the lower half of his body had been removed, suspended by chains while the platform continued forward. The projector failed. A basilisk shell struck behind it. Corpus Brethren disappeared beneath fire and debris. For several seconds, the Imperial line cheered. Then every Vox receiver on Narthex Primus played Cord's order in his own voice. "Fire through them." The phrase repeated. Images followed. Imperial guns killing Imperial prisoners. Officers watching. Soldiers obeying. The feaster added no commentary. He required none. At Gate Mortis, Sergeant Jarek Sol had no time to listen. The first trench was drowning. Laser guns fired until charge packs glowed red. Men wrapped cloth around overheated barrels and kept shooting. Heavy bolters hammered into the cultist tide until their barrels sagged and the rifling burned away. Ammunition servitors crawled through ankle-deep blood, carrying fresh crates, indifferent to the men dying around them. Jarek fired into faces. Every shot became a body. Every body was replaced. A cultist reached the wire with both legs burned off. He dragged himself forward upon his elbows, a grenade clamped between his teeth. Corporal Bren shot him through the skull. The grenade rolled into the trench. Jarek kicked it back. The blast tore apart 6 attackers and 2 men already lying wounded outside the parapet. "Charge pack," Jarek demanded. A militiaman handed him one with shaking fingers. "Not shaking," Jarek said. "I cannot stop, Sergeant." "Then shake after loading." The man obeyed. The cultists reached the trench. The formation lost shape. Bayonets entered stomachs, throats and eyes. Entrenching tools crushed skulls. Men fought with rifle stocks after their charge packs emptied. A guardsman without a jaw continued firing from the hip, blood pumping down his chest while combat drugs kept his legs rigid. Another had lost his left arm. He used the severed limb as a club until someone dragged him beneath the bodies. Jarek drove his bayonet through a beastman's mouth. The blade emerged below its skull. The creature seized his rifle and pulled itself closer along the steel. Jarek fired. The last bolt detonated inside its head, spraying horn fragments and brain matter across his visor. Lieutenant Barron appeared through the press. His right eye was gone. The second trench has collapsed. Then there is no second trench. The Gate Command requests withdrawal. Gate Command can request resurrection next. A body struck Barron from behind. Both men vanished beneath the surge. Jarek never saw the lieutenant rise. The Gate Mortis batteries fired over the trench at minimum elevation. Shells passed close enough that pressure burst eardrums. Cultists and guardsmen died together beneath the concussions. Still, the mortal wave came. Behind it, the true assault force took position. Havocs planted Lascannons upon firing platforms built from corpses. Their beams struck the gate hinges in coordinated volleys. Adamantium glowed, softened, and began to run. Meltagun squads advanced beneath covering fire. They reached the lower seals and discharged into the ancient mechanisms. Metal became white liquid. Defense servitors tried to engage them. Bolter fire destroyed the servitors before their targeting arrays completed calibration. The inner barricade waited beyond the gate. Obliterators came forward. Their arms swelled. Flesh opened. Lascannon barrels, plasma mouths and melter apertures grew from muscle and corroded armor. They fired together. The barricades ceased to be solid. Fortification plate ran down the steps in molten streams. Men behind it ignited inside their armor. A Lehman Russ partially fused to the floor, its crew clawing at sealed hatches while heat cooked them alive. Gate Mortis opened. The feaster in the twilight entered first. His chosen followed through the smoke. Possessed moved among them, their bodies distorted around fragments of ancient plate. Imperial targeters found the white figures. They fired. The feaster was no longer where the weapons aimed. He crossed the breach with Astartes' speed, weaving through the gun lines before mortal eyes understood the distance had closed. His chain blade opened the battery captain from collar to pelvis. He struck a Vox officer with his fist, driving the man's head and shoulders through the command console. The chosen killed by priority. Officers first, heavy weapon crews second, Medicae personnel third. The defenders lost command, firepower and hope in that order. Possessed entered the trenches. One tore a heavy bolter from its mount and used the weapon as a club. Another opened its ribcage, revealing a second mouth within its chest, and dragged 3 wounded soldiers against it. Jarek saw the feaster through smoke. The Chaos Lord moved beneath lass fire as though walking through rain. Vertebrae hung from his waist. Violet lenses turned from target to target. Jarek raised his rifle. A chosen struck him before he could fire. The blow hurled him across the trench. His breastplate cracked. He landed beneath corpses and tasted blood. When he dragged himself free, Gate Mortis belonged to the enemy. Hundreds of thousands retreated toward the upper basilica. Sword brother Garrick Thane held the central transept. Black Templars formed a wall beneath collapsing statues. Chainswords roared against corrupted blades. Bolters fired at distances too short for evasion. Every shot detonated armor and flesh across both sides. Thane cut down a Corpus Brethren warrior and stepped over the body. Third squad, left arch. First squad, hold the nave. No brother yields without replacement. Plasma crossed the transept. The blast struck his helm. Half the faceplate vanished. Ceramic fragments and heat tore away flesh beneath. One eye boiled in its socket. His cheek and jaw became black ruin. Thane remained standing. His damaged vox turned his voice into broken thunder. "Hold!" A sword brother caught his arm. "Brother, your helm seal is gone." "Then the enemy may hear me more clearly." Thane fired his bolt pistol into a possessed warrior's throat. The battle consumed 17 minutes. Each minute bought space for thousands to escape. At the end, only a fraction of the rearguard remained. Vare ordered withdrawal. Thane obeyed because dying after the duty was complete would serve nothing. The feaster did not pursue immediately. He went upward. The ruling synod of Basilica Vor waited within the ceremonial refectory. Priests, administrators, and noble overseers sat beneath murals of saints feeding the faithful. Corpus Brethren surrounded the table. The feaster placed the captured rulers in their accustomed seats. Malthrax served the first course. Flesh taken from the synod's own guards lay upon silver devotional plates. Some pieces still bore tattoos of regimental identity. "Eat," said the feaster. The eldest priest spat at him. The saliva struck the Chaos Lord's breastplate. "We will not." The feaster inclined his helm. "Then watch the city die." Malthrax's instruments unfolded. Hooks entered spines. Needles pierced exposed nerves. Cables linked every member of the synod to the planetary Vox network. When the first priest was cut open, every inhabitant of Basilica Vor felt the blade. The Corpus Brethren began to feed. Outside, millions of bodies were dragged across the plazas. Cultists, serfs, and machines arranged them into a horned, many-eyed demon head visible from the upper atmosphere. Blood pumps entered the heaps. Red streams flowed through irrigation channels toward the sepulchral choir. Beneath the captured cathedral, ancient mechanisms awakened. Stone doors sealed since before the ecclesiarchy's coming divided down their centres. Warm air rose from the darkness beyond. It smelled of old metal, dust, and breath. The first descent into the ossuary core opened before the feaster. He stood at its threshold while Basilica Vor screamed through every Vox grill. "The world has opened its mouth," he whispered. Lord General Severian Cord named the counter-offensive Thronehammer because men fought harder beneath a title that sounded victorious. The operation began while Basilica Vor still burned. Across a front spanning 3,000 kilometers, command bunkers opened their blast doors and released the surviving reserves of Narthex Primus. 2 billion soldiers advanced from trench systems, subterranean barracks, manufacturer mustering halls and cathedral vaults. Armoured army groups gathered upon the pilgrimage roads. Skitari macroclades marched beneath storms of Binharic orders. Artillery regiments elevated their weapons, while ammunition servitors crawled between gun pits, carrying shells broad enough to crush men beneath their weight. The Black Templars assembled wherever the Imperial line required a blade. Above them all walked the god machines of Legio Sepulchrum. The warlord titan, Dominus Sepulturae, led the advance. Its armoured feet descended through the ash with the weight of falling fortresses. Each step drove pressure waves through the earth, flattening corpses and collapsing damaged trench walls. Cathedral towers barely reached its knees. Banners long enough to cover hab blocks hung between its legs, blackened by smoke and marked with the skull and tomb sigil of the Legio. 4 Reaver Titans walked behind it. 13 warhounds ranged ahead in hunting pairs, their hunched forms moving with predatory speed around the slower engines. Skitari escorts marched beneath them in ordered cohorts, red robes snapping in the furnace wind. Princeps Senioris Halbrecht van sat within the command throne of Dominus Sepulturae, his ruined body enclosed by amniotic fluid and communion cables. He no longer perceived himself as a man. He was the Titan. He felt the ash beneath his feet. He tasted enemy fire upon his void shields. His moderati spoke as distant organs within a greater body, reporting reactor output, target acquisition, and the sacred anger of the machine spirit. "Hostile fortifications identified," said Moderatus Kessel. Van saw them. Chaos earthworks stretched across the pilgrimage plain in concentric belts. Artillery pits, demon engine pens, and barricades of wrecked armor covered the ground before Basilica Vor. Mortal troops crowded every space between them. "Volcano cannon," Van commanded. "Erase." The weapon discharged. Light crossed the battlefield. A chaos fortress disappeared with the earth beneath it. The beam carved through bunkers, tanks, cultists, and buried ammunition stores, leaving a trench of molten glass extending beyond visual range. Men near the strike ignited without being touched. Their shadows remained burned into the ground after their bodies had become vapor. The warlord's plasma annihilator turned. Its contained sun opened. A corrupted armored column vanished beneath white fire. Predators, rhinos, and mass conveyors became expanding spheres of molten metal. Demon engines screamed as their bound spirits were burned from reality. The ash beneath them fused into a shining lake that reflected the Titan's colossal silhouette. Infantry advanced inside the prints left by its feet. Each footprint became a temporary trench, broad enough to shelter companies. Men climbed from one depression into the next, while artillery struck the warlord's void shields overhead. Impacts powerful enough to destroy city districts flared across the invisible barriers and dispersed in storms of blue lightning. Guardsmen cheered whenever the shields held. The Titan did not acknowledge them. To Dominus Sepulturae, they were cells moving within the wake of a greater organism. Operation Thronehammer rolled forward. Lehman Russ squadrons advanced hull to hull. Their battle cannons fired above the ranks of chimera-mounted infantry, recoil throwing smoke from their brakes. Tanks crushed cultists beneath their tracks and continued firing through clouds of blood and pulverized bone. Baneblades engaged demon engines at extreme range. The super-heavy Penance Eternal fired upon a defiler climbing over a ruined pilgrim station. Its main cannon struck the demon engine between its forelimbs. The explosion tore away half its body, but the creature continued dragging itself forward until a Lascanon beam entered its furnace and released the thing screaming inside. Basilisk batteries walked their bombardments ahead of the army. The first impact line fell upon the cultist trenches. The second landed as the infantry reached the first craters. The third struck beyond them, tearing open the next defensive belt. Millions died beneath a timetable calculated by men too distant to see the bodies. The gaps became corridors. Black Templar vehicles entered them at speed. Land raiders pushed through smoke, while repulsors glided above broken ground. Thunderhawks struck command positions marked by Skitari reconnaissance. Intercessors disembarked into the ruins, fired disciplined volleys, and withdrew before the enemy could surround them. For the first time since the fall of Basilica Vor, the Imperial line moved forward everywhere. the Corpus brethren did not resist as Lord General Cord expected. They abandoned trenches still stocked with ammunition. They withdrew from fortifications capable of surviving days of bombardment. Mortal auxiliaries fled through pre-selected gaps, leaving guns, fuel tanks and wounded comrades behind. Cord watched the retreat from his command sanctum. "They are breaking," said one of his staff colonels. "No," Cord replied. The colonel looked toward him. "My lord?" "They are moving." He enlarged the hololithic projection. The Imperial advance followed the roads opened through the minefields and wreckage. Armoured formations converged upon routes that appeared clear. Every abandoned position directed them toward the same corridors. Cord opened a command channel. "All formations, reduce advance speed. Reconnaissance elements forward. Do not pursue beyond artillery support." His order reached the first army groups too late. The sonic mines awakened beneath them. They had been buried below the ash, each device sealed inside layers of bone and resonant metal. Engine vibration triggered them. Tracks, gravitic plates and marching feet provided the rhythm. The mines did not explode. They sang. The first note passed through the hulls of a Lehman Russ company. Crewmen convulsed inside their tanks. Gunners bit through their tongues. Drivers locked their arms around controls while seizures drove their feet against acceleration pedals. Tanks turned without order, colliding side to side. One battle tank climbed the rear of another and overturned. A third rotated its turret into a neighbouring barrel. Both guns fired at once. The breech explosions filled their fighting compartments with burning propellant and body fragments. Chimeras struck the wreckage behind them. The corridor closed beneath crushed vehicles. Hidden havocs opened fire. Lascannon beams struck exposed side armour. Autocannons hammered engine decks. Plasma fire entered troop compartments through ruptured hatches, cooking soldiers inside their transports until fat ran through the drainage ports. Across the front, the same traps triggered. Imperial momentum became congestion. Congestion became slaughter. Warpsmith Orsiphon felt the transformation through corrupted data streams. He stood inside his command forge beneath Basilica Vor, surrounded by chained machine spirits and living cogitators. Screens made from stretched skin showed the advance from 1,000 captured Auspex systems. His mechadendrites moved between them, corrupting orders, opening false supply routes, and feeding contradictory target identifications into Skitarii networks. He did not waste fire upon the Titans' void shields. He attacked what made the Titans possible. Cultist infiltrators emerged from drainage culverts behind the Imperial army and severed fuel convoys. Renegade stormtroops entered field command posts wearing stolen uniforms. Moderati travelling between engine bastions were assassinated inside armoured transports. Corpses arrived at the Titans' feet before command understood the officers were dead. Orsiphon released scrap code into the noosphere. Skitarii escorts received false instructions to redeploy. Cohorts shifted away from the Titans' flanks, some beneath Reaver Titan. Sepulchral oath. Excavation charges detonated. The ash plane collapsed. Morlophines burst from tunnels below. One clamped magma cutters around the Titan's ankle. Another drove lasher tendrils into the knee assembly. The Reaver staggered, weapons turning downward too slowly to engage enemies beneath its own shields. Obliterators rose from concealed bunkers. Weapons grew from their arms. Lascannon barrels, melter mouths and plasma apertures formed within diseased flesh. They fired into the Reaver's knees. Armor ran molten, pistons burst, sacred oils sprayed across the battlefield in burning arcs. The Titan attempted a step. Its damaged leg folded. sepulchral oath fell. The impact destroyed 3 Imperial regiments sheltering below it. Men vanished beneath the descending god machine. The Reaver's carapace struck the ground and split. Plasma leaked from its reactor chambers. Mauler fiends climbed over the fallen hull, tearing toward the Princeps sanctum, while surviving Skitarii fought among wreckage the size of city blocks. The gnawing brute hunted elsewhere. The Baneblade Penance Eternal drove through a corridor of burning vehicles, firing every weapon that still answered. Its main cannon had fallen silent after damage to the loading mechanism, but Lascannons and heavy bolters continued cutting through cultists. A corrupted rhino crossed its path. The Baneblade's Demolisher cannon fired. The rhino became a rolling furnace. The gnawing brute emerged through its burning roof. He ran across the collapsing vehicle and leapt. His Terminator plate struck the Baneblade's upper hull hard enough to dent it. The Pintle gunner turned his weapon. Brass jaws closed upon the man's chest before he could fire. The brute lifted him from the mount. His mask chewed through flak armor, ribs, and both lungs. Blood sprayed across the command cupola. The gunner's legs kicked against the hull until the brute tore him in half. Tank crewmen fired las pistols through the open hatch. The beams scorched the brute's armor. His chain fist descended. The command cupola split apart. He pushed through the opening. Inside, the Baneblade was a maze of cramped compartments, ammunition feeds, and terrified men. The brute's bulk barely fit. He advanced by tearing away internal walls. A loader swung a shell rammer at his helm. The brass jaws caught the man's arm and removed it above the elbow. The brute pushed the severed limb into the ammunition feed, jamming the mechanism with flesh and cloth. He killed the loader with the chain fist. The weapon opened the man from shoulder to pelvis. Blood and organs spilled across the deck grills. Machinery ground them beneath moving parts. 2 gunners attacked from behind. The brute seized one by the head and drove his face into a targeting console until skull, glass, and circuitry became indistinguishable. The second emptied a las pistol into the brute's neck seal. The traitor turned, caught him by the waist, and forced him into the breech of a sponson gun. The weapon fired. The man vanished through the barrel as cooked fragments. Compartment by compartment, the brute moved toward the driver. Crewmen died in spaces too narrow for escape. He broke legs, tore open armor, and left bodies wedged between control columns. The Baneblade continued forward because the dead driver's hands had locked around the steering levers. The commander remained alive beneath the ruined cupola. The brute dragged him to the controls. "Drive!" The commander spat blood across the brass mask. The brute pushed one finger into the man's eye socket. "Drive!" The commander obeyed. Penance Eternal turned. Its remaining guns fired into Imperial infantry. Heavy bolter rounds crossed guardsmen advancing beside the tank. Men burst apart before understanding their own super heavy had attacked them. Lascannons destroyed a Lehman Russ at close range. The Baneblade ground through a command trench while the brute stood upon its hull, chewing and laughing beneath the smoke. Castellan Vare struck at Orsiphon before the warpsmith could complete the Titan kill. Teleport beacons ignited inside the command forge. Reality split into white flame. Terminator-armored sword brethren materialized within rings of fire, their arrival displacing cultists and serfs in sprays of blood. Thunderhammers struck demon-binding pylons. Chain fists bit through brass columns and severed the chains holding machine spirits in torment. At the same moment, Thunderhawks broke through the forge roof. Black Templars descended on grapnels and jump packs. Bolt fire swept the galleries. Corpus serfs died among control stations. Corrupted tech marines turned weapons toward the intruders and were crushed beneath thunderhammers before completing their targeting rites. Vare found Orsifon beside a furnace portal. The warpsmith's mechadendrites spread around him. "You arrive beneath borrowed light," Orsifon said. Vare raised his power sword. "I require no light to kill you." They met among chained engines. Orsifon attacked with a power axe while mechadendrites struck from every angle. One ended in a melter cutter. Another carried a serrated claw. A third spat burning oil across Vare's armor. The Castellan advanced through it. His sword severed the first mechadendrite at the joint. Black fluid sprayed across the forge. He caught the second beneath his arm and tore it free with a twist of his body. Orsifon's axe struck his pauldron and cracked ceramite. Vare drove closer. The warpsmith opened his furnace grill. Warp fire poured from it. Vare turned his helm aside, felt heat breach the neck seal, and smelled his own skin burn. He cut the third mechadendrite away. Orsifon staggered. The Castellan sword entered his breastplate, but failed to penetrate the demon-forged layers beneath. The warpsmith released a Binharic shriek. The furnace portal opened behind him, revealing a tunnel of flame and grasping machine limbs. Vare seized his gorget. Orsifon drove the axe into the Castellan's side. Armor split. Vare's grip weakened. The warpsmith tore free and stepped backward into the furnace. The portal closed around him. The surviving machine spirits screamed with his laughter. For 1 hour, Thronehammer appeared victorious. The Corpus armor retreated toward Basilica Vor. The corrupted signal weakened. Imperial banners advanced across positions abandoned by the enemy. Dominus Sepulturae reached firing range of the captured cathedral. Lord General Cord saw the warlord's target rune settle upon Basilica Vor. He opened every reserve channel. "Commit all formations. No withdrawal. No delay. The enemy stands upon the edge of destruction. Push him into it." Sergeant Jarek Saul heard the order while marching beside the remains of his platoon. 26 men remained. Their uniforms were stiff with blood. Some carried weapons taken from the dead. One soldier had tied his severed ear back against his head with field dressing because no Medicae officer remained to remove it properly. They followed the Titans. Ahead, cultists retreated without panic. Jarek watched them leave intact weapons and firing positions. Corporal Bren limped beside him. "They are running." "No," Jarek said. "They are going backward." "That is not the same thing." The air began to hum. Cantor Vale stood within the choir of broken engines. Thousands of captured vehicle horns surrounded him. Vox arrays, sonic weapons, and opened nervous systems had been fused into a cathedral of wreckage. Men remained alive inside engine blocks, their spines wired to amplifiers. Tank crews hung from transmission masts, mouths sewn around brass speaking tubes. Vale raised his hands. Every horn sounded. The note rose through the battlefield. Princeps Van heard Oliensis swallow. The warlord titan vanished from his mind. He was inside a mouth. Mountains became teeth. Cloud became breath. The ash plain rolled beneath him like a tongue. His moderati screamed as digestive darkness closed around the command throne. "Fire!" Van cried. "Cut us free!" Dominus Sepulturae turned its weapons upon the Imperial army. The volcano cannon erased 3 armoured regiments. The plasma annihilator fired into a Reaver Titan. Void shields collapsed. Armour became white liquid. The Reaver's head vanished, taking its princeps and moderati with it. Warhounds scattered. The warlord pursued them. Van tore at the command throne restraints. In his mind, they were tendons binding him inside a throat. He ripped communion cables from his flesh. Blood clouded the amniotic fluid. "Open the mouth," he screamed. His hands found his own chest. He tore at it. The warlord's reactor exceeded containment. For one moment, every shadow vanished. Then, Dominus Sepulturae became a second sun. The blast consumed titans, tanks, and millions of soldiers from both armies. Armor evaporated. Flesh became vapor. The earth lifted in a ring of fire visible from the crown of nails. A mushroom cloud climbed into the atmosphere carrying ash, metal, and the atomized remains of armies. It cooled. Condensation formed around particles of human fat and blood. Warm red rain began to fall. Jarek opened his eyes beneath a mound of corpses. The sky wept meat upon him. Across the ruined plain, the feasters' reserves emerged from sealed bunkers untouched. Corpus brethren advanced. Beneath the red storm, the Imperial army broke. Men fled through blood made from their own dead, while the brass-white warriors came after them without haste. The entrance to the ossuary core breathed beneath Basilica Vor. Warm vapor issued from the open doors in slow exhalations, carrying the stink of old metal, digestive acid, and blood held too long in darkness. Beyond the threshold, a stairway descended through stone foundations older than the cathedral above. Its steps were broad enough for marching Astartes, and worn at their centers by feet no imperial record acknowledged. Castellan Othmar Vere stood before the descent, with the survivors of the Vowbound gathered around him. 32 Black Templars remained fit for the mission. Sword brother Garrick Thane stood among them, the left side of his face sealed beneath a field dressing and a hastily fitted half-mask. The plasma wound had destroyed one eye, most of his cheek, and part of his jaw. His damaged vox rendered every breath as a burst of static. Baron Holt waited beside him. The Emperor's champion bore the black sword chained to his remaining hand. His left shoulder ended beneath layered seals of blackened surgical cloth. Blood continued to seep through them. He had refused pain suppressants beyond those required to prevent collapse. Magos Dominus Ferranus IX arrived with 2 maniples of Skitari Rangers, a cohort of Vanguard, and 6 Cataphran battle servitors. His mechanical limbs clicked over the blood-slick floor. Incense drifted from exhaust vents beneath his crimson hood, though no sacred perfume could conceal the chemical stink rising from below. Sergeant Jarek Saul brought 19 surviving guardsmen. They were all that remained of his platoon after Thronehammer. Their armor had been repaired with scavenged plates, prayer seals, and wire. Some carried laser guns taken from dead comrades. Others bore shotguns, flamers, or captured autoguns because ammunition uniformity had ceased to matter. Corporal Bren limped beside Jarek with one trouser leg tied around a splint made from a bayonet sheath. Vere looked over them. "The surface armies will hold while they are able," he said. "The enemy is binding Basilica Vor to the sepulchral choir. When that union is complete, the hunger will no longer whisper. It will command." No one spoke. The resonator below must be destroyed. Nothing else upon this world possesses equal importance. Jarek glanced toward the descent. "Does anyone know what waits down there?" Ferranus IX answered in a burst of low Gothic beneath machine cant. "No," Bren gave a dry laugh. "At last, an honest briefing." Vere drew his sword. Forward. They entered beneath the world. The first passages belonged to the Imperium. Cathedral supports descended through galleries of blackened stone. Reliquary niches stood empty along the walls, their contents removed or consumed. Brass plaques named saints whose bones had once rested there. Maintenance shrines glowed with failing candles. Pipes carried water, corpse starch slurry and coolant toward districts that no longer answered. The deeper they went, the less human the architecture became. Stone ended without transition. Black metal replaced it. The material absorbed the light from helmet lumens. It bore no rivets, no seams, and no maker's marks. Corridors descended at angles, Varanus 9 declared incompatible with planetary geometry. They should have passed through mantle strata heated beyond survival. Instead, the air grew colder. Chambers opened around them, vast and silent, filled with machines older than the Imperium. Rings of dark alloy hung unsupported above sunken platforms. Columns extended into ceilings too distant for light to reach. Cables as broad as tank hulls disappeared through walls and pulsed with faint blue illumination. Every heartbeat echoed. Jarek heard his own pulse return from the corridor ahead. Then it returned again in Lieutenant Baron's voice. The dead officer whispered from the darkness. "Second trench has collapsed." Jarek stopped. Bren turned toward him. "Sergeant." The voice came again. "Then there is no second trench." This time it spoke with Jarek's own voice, repeating the answer he had given before Baron vanished beneath the cultist tide. Vare looked back. "Do not answer what knows you." The Emperor's champion advanced without turning his helm. The walls continued speaking. Dead Templars recited battle oaths. Guardsmen heard mothers, fathers and brothers calling from chambers that did not exist. Skitarii emitted distorted Binharic responses until Varanus 9 transmitted a hard command through their command layer. Reject acoustic input. Trust verified Nuspheric authority only. One ranger raised his galvanic rifle toward an empty passage. "Authority verification compromised," he said. Varanus 9 burned the contaminated process from the ranger's cortex. The Skitaria spasmed and continued walking. They discovered the first record within a circular chamber lined by broken armor. Helms from an older age rested in wall recesses. Their pale surfaces bore the heraldry of the Sentinel's chapter. Watchful eyes, upright blades and fortress gates. Some had been crushed. Others retained impact marks from weapons fired millennia before. A projection awakened when Vare entered. Ghostlight formed the image of an armored space marine. The warrior's plate was white and uncorrupted. An imperial eagle spread across his chest. Behind him stood ranks of battle brothers beneath banners untouched by filth. The recording crackled. "We enter the eye beneath sentence of the High Lords and the authority of Saint Basilius. Suspicion will be cleansed through service. Accusation will be answered by martyrdom. We are sentinels. We abandon no post, even when that post lies within damnation." The image shifted. Ships entered the Eye of Terror. Warp storms swallowed entire formations. Loyalist vessels burned beside those already corrupted. The sentinels deployed upon worlds where mountains bled and oceans spoke. They fought demons beneath skies made from screaming faces. They watched brother chapters become monsters or vanish into storms from which no signal returned. Another recording began. A sentinel's captain stood amid ruins of red flesh. "Our strength is diminished. Apothecarian reserves remain sufficient. Ammunition expenditure exceeds forecast. The world-designated Oliensis shows signs of planetary biological activity." The image shook. Something moved beyond the warrior. At first, Jarek believed it was a mountain. Then the mountain bent. A hand larger than a continent rose from beneath the Sentinel's army. Fingers of flesh and stone closed around armored companies. Oceans poured from between them like saliva. Thunderhawks fired into skin broad enough to possess weather. The recording became screaming. The ground folded upward. Teeth descended from the sky. The last intact image showed thousands of white armored warriors firing into the interior of a mouth, Then darkness swallowed the projection. No one moved. Ver looked upon the broken helms. They preserved this. Thane's damaged voice ground from his vox. Why preserve shame? It is not shame to them. The Castellan turned toward the final frozen image. They remember their sentence. They remember obeying it. They remember offering themselves to prove loyalty before men who had already decided they were condemned. Jarek watched him. You pity them? No. Ver's answer came immediately. I understand them. That is not the same failing. He looked deeper into the dark passage beyond the chamber. Their corruption did not erase grievance. It sanctified it. They believe every oath is a chain held by a hand that intends to feed upon the one who swears it. Holt tightened his grip upon the black sword. They chose damnation. They chose obedience first, Ver said. Damnation chose what remained. The walls began to sweat. Clear fluid gathered upon the black metal and thickened into yellow acid. It ran into grooves beneath their feet. Vapor rose wherever it touched ceramite. Foranus 9 sampled the substance through a mechadendrite. Composition analogous to digestive secretion. Corrosive capacity increasing. A door ahead contracted. Its circular frame closed in overlapping folds like muscle around an orifice. Move, Ver commanded. The Templars reached it first. Eradicator brethren fired melter weapons into the closing barrier. Heat washed through the corridor. Black metal glowed orange, then white. The door opened beneath running streams of liquefied alloy and flesh. Something waited beyond. Pale bodies unfolded from the walls. They had been made from prisoners fused together. Arms emerged, from shoulders in clusters. Faces pressed outward through translucent skin. Some wore fragments of imperial uniforms embedded within their meat. Others carried augmetic limbs grown directly into pulsing torsos. One creature dragged itself forward upon 6 hands. Its central face belonged to a guardsman Jarek recognized. Trooper Vescan had vanished during the fall of Gate Mortis. Sergeant, the creature begged. Jarek froze. Please. Its other mouths opened. They screamed. The creature charged. Jarek fired. His lasbolt struck Vescan's face and burned through the skull. The thing continued advancing, driven by the bodies fused behind him. Black Templar bolters opened. Mass reactive shells detonated within the joined torsos, throwing arms, teeth, and ropes of intestine across the chamber. More creatures pulled free from the walls. One called Thane by his oath name. Another spoke to Holt in the voice of the apothecary, who had removed his arm. The penetration force formed a firing circle. Bolters reduced the first wave to shattered meat. Skitari galvanic rifles punched metal cores through clustered bodies. Radium carbines saturated survivors until their tissues failed, skin sloughing from bones in grey strips. A pale giant reached the line. 3 prisoners formed its lower body. Their legs had fused into a single column of muscle. Above them grew an armless Corpus serf, whose ribs opened like jaws. Holt met it. The black sword passed through every body supporting it. The power field split the mass from shoulder to base. The 2 halves fell separately, each still trying to crawl. Advance, Holt said. His voice contained no strain. Behind them, the dead reassembled within the walls. Malthrax watched through stolen transponders. He moved through maintenance tunnels parallel to the penetration route. His surgical limbs folded close around him. The systems below Basilica Vor accepted Imperial identification codes taken from captured engine seers. Each time Foranus 9 queried the passages, Malthrax answered with false machine authority. A route marked clear led the Skitari into a sealed chamber. The door closed behind them. Combat servitors dropped from the ceiling. They wore the faces of captured soldiers. Chain blades replaced arms. Injector rigs protruded from opened mouths. Spinal cables held their bodies upright even where legs had been removed. Regimental prayers issued from speakers implanted within their throats. "Emperor, witness our duty," one servitor said while cutting a ranger apart. The chain blade entered beneath the Scitarius's ribs and climbed through his torso. Blood, lubricant, and mechanical organs sprayed across the wall. "Emperor, accept our sacrifice." Jarek's men opened fire. One servitor wore Lieutenant Baron's face. The missing eye had been replaced by a glass reservoir filled with violet fluid. His jaw hung loose beneath a Vox grill. Both arms ended in rotating blades. "Second trench has collapsed," it said. Bren stumbled backward. "Lieutenant," the servitor charged. Its chain blade caught Bren across the breastplate and threw him into the wall. Jarek fired into Baron's chest. Las bolts burned through uniform and dead flesh, but failed to stop the machine. Baron's remaining eye found him. "Then there is no second trench." Jarek rammed his bayonet into the glass reservoir. The violet fluid ignited. Baron's head burst apart. The servitor continued moving until Jarek emptied the entire charge pack into its spine. The corpse fell at his feet. Malthrax's voice entered the chamber. "Recognition improves pain." Ver tracked the signal. "Show yourself, Butcher." Soon. The wall opened. Possessed Corpus brethren attacked from both directions. Their armor had grown into their bodies. Horns scraped the ceiling. Clawed limbs struck with enough force to tear Skitari apart. One warrior carried a mouth within his abdomen, its teeth biting through the belts and weapons of men dragged against it. The pressure gate ahead began to close. Corrosive fluid poured through vents. "Through the gate," Ver ordered. The force moved. Thane remained behind. His damaged face had begun bleeding again. Static consumed his attempt to speak. He pointed toward the gate, then locked his armor's stabilizers into the floor. Ver stopped. Thane struck his sword against his breastplate. Once. Duty. He pointed forward again. Ver understood. The Castellan crossed the threshold. Thane turned toward the possessed. Acid reached his boots and climbed his greaves in smoking sheets. His remaining brothers fired past him until the gate narrowed. Then they could see only Thane. He fought beneath the closing barrier. His power sword severed a clawed arm. His bolt pistol emptied into a corrupted face at contact range. The possessed crashed against him, but the armor locks held him upright. The last rounds left his weapon. A giant seized him by the torso. Thane pushed the empty pistol into the creature's mouth. His half-ruined face formed something close to a smile. The ammunition reserve within his armor detonated. Fire filled the passage. The possessed came apart from within. Its back burst outward in armor fragments and burning organs. Machinery collapsed around the blast. The pressure gates slammed shut upon wreckage, sealing the corridor beneath molten metal. Ver placed one gauntlet against the door. No prayer left him. None was needed. Foranus 9 reached the primary mechanism beneath the ossuary. His information flooded him. The sepulchral choir was only an organ attached to something vastly older. The true engine had been constructed to transmit psychoreactive sensation across planetary populations. It required no singular receiver. Every Vox grill, augmetic implant, active machine spirit and biological nervous system became part of the circuit. The population was no longer listening to the weapon. The population was the weapon. Destruction of upper choir insufficient, Foranus 9 said. Network redundancy exceeds all projected limits. Jarek wiped Baron's blood from his bayonet. Can it be stopped? Potentially. The answer distorted. Varanus 9 convulsed. A corrupted subroutine entered his noosphere. He felt millions of starving citizens at once. Their empty stomachs became his. Their cracked lips split across his mouthless face. He tasted corpses in ration halls, blood in water pipes, and flesh cooked by burning hives. Their hunger flooded his logic engines until probability became appetite. He raised a blade toward his own skull. "Magos," Jarek said. Varanus 9 cut into himself. The blade opened his cranial housing. He severed the first memory coil and tore it free. A century of forge rites vanished from his mind. He removed another. The design history of 3 sacred engines disappeared. A third followed. He forgot the face he had possessed before augmentation. The hunger weakened. Before the hostile link closed, he saw the feaster carrying a psychoreactive key into the deepest chamber beneath Basilica Vor. Coordinates burned across his remaining memory. He withdrew his spikes. Activation key located. Ver examined the branching passages ahead. One descended toward the feaster. The other led into geothermal regulators beneath the core. Varanus 9 projected a path. Overloading planetary regulators may rupture the engine from below. Outcome includes probable continental destruction. Probability of success? Ver asked. Insufficient data. Then it remains sufficient. The force divided. Ver took Holt and the remaining Black Templars toward the deepest chamber. Varanus 9 led Jarek and the surviving guardsmen toward the regulators. Holt stood between the groups, the black sword burning in his chained fist. Jarek looked at him. Kill the strongest one. Holt inclined his helm. Kill the machine. Blast doors began closing between them. Ver watched Varanus 9 and the guardsmen disappear behind descending armor. Then the feaster's voice filled both passages. One group seeks the heart, he said. The doors struck the floor. One seeks the stomach. Locks engaged. The walls pulsed. Both misunderstand the body. Narthex Primus was dying by districts. More than 20 billion souls had been killed, taken, or reduced to creatures that wore human skin while feeding upon the dead. 5 hive cathedrals had fallen completely. Their bells no longer called men to labor or prayer. They tolled without hands, moved by bombardment, structural collapse, and the tremors passing through the planet's wounded crust. 3 other hives continued to fight without central command. Regimental officers ruled isolated streets as private kingdoms. Commissars maintained order through ammunition expenditure. Priests preached from burning pulpits to congregations armed with knives. In the lower districts, the difference between defender, rioter, and cannibal depended upon which voice reached a man first. The imperial armies still numbered in the billions. Numbers had ceased to mean strength. Supply columns existed only as entries upon command slates. Munition depots stood empty behind walls guarded by men whose lasguns possessed no charge packs. Whole divisions had received neither food nor potable water for days. Soldiers scraped corpse starch residue from ration tins, boiled leather straps, and drank condensation gathered from artillery barrels before the heat turned it bitter with propellant fumes. Where ammunition remained, it was rationed by the shot. Where courage remained, it was rationed by the lie. Lord General Severian Cord established his final headquarters around the sepulchral choir. The last defensive lines formed concentric rings around Basilica Rex and the vast transmission towers rising behind it. Wrecked Lehman Russ tanks were dragged into avenues and buried to their turrets. Cathedral walls were demolished to create fields of fire. Baneblades, too damaged to move, became permanent gun emplacements, their engines stripped to powerless cannon capacitors and Vox relays. Infantry filled every space between the machines. Astra Militarum regiments occupied the inner barricades. Planetary Defense Force cohorts held the middle zones. Armed laborers, penitents and boys, taken from drill halls, stood at the outer wall with laser guns chained to their wrists. Commissars patrolled behind them. An officer of the Basilica 10th attempted to withdraw his battalion after losing contact with both flanks. The commissar attached to his command shot him through the mouth, appointed the nearest captain in his place, and ordered the corpse nailed above the trench. The battalion returned to its firing steps. Medici stations ceased treating the wounded. There were too many. Men lay 3 deep beneath canvas awnings, calling for surgeons who had already been reassigned to ammunition counting. The least damaged were given rifles. Those unable to stand surrendered their dressings, stimulants and pain suppressants to soldiers still capable of fighting. The operating theatres became munitions stores. Crates of bolt rounds rested upon blood-soaked tables. Plasma cells cooled inside organ preservation units. Artillery fuses were assembled beneath lamps that had previously illuminated opened bodies. The wounded remained outside. Their screams fed the choir. Cord stood within a command bunker built beneath the sternum of St. Archon the Vigilant. The colossal statue had once dominated the central plaza. Its bronze body now leaned against Basilica Rex, one leg severed by orbital debris, its hollow chest filled with staff officers, cogitators, and the stink of men who had not slept in days. The tactical hololith showed fewer friendly formations with every update. Cord watched symbols disappear. "Outer wall reports contact across all approaches," said Colonel Jaron. His voice was little more than a rasp. "Estimated hostile strength exceeds 300 million within immediate assault distance." Estimated by whom? The surviving auger stations. Then the true number is worse. A Vox officer lifted one hand from his console. "General transmission from Supreme Command prepared, my lord." Cord looked around the chamber. Exhausted faces watched him. Some sought confidence. Others sought permission to die. Broadcast. His words travelled through every functioning military channel upon Narthex Primus. "All formations. This is Lord General Cord. Relief is not expected. Withdrawal is forbidden. Every regiment will hold its assigned ground until destroyed or ordered forward. There is no rear line. There is no evacuation. Duty remains." The message reached Sergeant Jarek's soul beneath the earth. He and the surviving guardsmen followed Foranus 9 through a regulator shaft, descending toward the geothermal controls. The walls trembled around them. Black metal had replaced Imperial stone, but here and there old Mechanicus consoles clung to it like iron parasites attached to a greater organism. Cord's voice issued from Jarek's damaged shoulder vox. "Duty remains." No one cheered. Corporal Bren checked the charge counter on his lasgun and found it unchanged. Trooper Malvern looked upward, as though terror might be visible through kilometers of rock and corrupted machinery. "Sergeant," Jarek continued walking. "Speak. Can the Emperor see Narthex from Terra?" A few of the men turned toward him. Jarek considered the question. He had seen worlds abandoned after priests promised deliverance. He had watched generals call retreats victories because enough officers escaped to write the history. He had spent his life serving an imperium too vast to remember the names of those who preserved it. "He can see the duty," Jarek said. "That will have to be enough." Malvern nodded. The answer did not comfort him. It allowed him to continue. Above the planet, Admiral Voss Cade began the last battle of the Narthex fleet. 7 Imperial warships remained capable of sustained combat. 2 cruisers, 3 escorts, the wounded Indomitable Judgment, and the orbital Basilica Sword of Absolution, whose engines had been awakened despite centuries spent as a shrine. They gathered behind the broken Southern Crown. The Chaos blockade waited beyond them. The Oliensis Reborn stood at its center, vast and swollen beneath overlapping void shields. Captured transports hung from chains around its hull. Some continued broadcasting Imperial distress codes. Others were dark, their passengers dead or altered into things that no longer required air. Cade sat upon his command throne while the flagship's bridge shook beneath failing stabilizers. His augmetic eye projected the enemy battle barge over his vision. "We cannot defeat it," said his flag captain. "No. We may damage it." "No." The captain looked toward him. Cade opened the fleet channel. "We do not seek victory. We seek interruption. All ships will close to bombardment range and fire upon Basilica Vor through the breach in the enemy formation. Ignore hostile vessels unless collision becomes unavoidable." The flag captain understood. "You intend to strike the choir from orbit." "I intend to strike everything around it until something stops moving." "And Narthex Command?" "Has not granted authority." Cade turned his ruined face toward the viewing ports. "Authority is a currency for men expecting tomorrow." The fleet advanced. Imperial cruisers fired as they came. Macro shells crossed the corpse-filled void. Lances stabbed through the darkness. Escorts burned their engines beyond safety tolerances, racing beneath the enemy guns to draw fire away from the flagship. The Chaos fleet opened around them, not in retreat, invitation. Boarding torpedoes emerged from wreckage and struck the Indomitable Judgment below the water reclamation decks. Corpus Brethren breached the hull while the flagship continued firing. They did not attack the bridge. They descended. Melter charges opened armored shafts into the enginarium. Havocs established kill zones through the reactor approaches. Mortal thralls wearing the remains of Imperial uniforms flooded maintenance corridors and overwhelmed servitors by weight of bodies. The engine seers died at their shrines. The Corpus Brethren reached the plasma regulating chambers and killed every officer capable of controlling the reactor. On the bridge, Cantervale's hymn entered through the hull. No projectile struck the command deck. The bulkhead screamed. Sound passed through adamantium as though it were air. Consoles shook apart, teeth shattered in officers' mouths. One navigator's skull collapsed inward while his skin remained unbroken. The flag captain fell from his station, eyes liquefied, hands clawing at a face that had become soft beneath the bone. Cade remained upon the throne. Blood ran from his ears. "Reactor overload," he ordered. No answer came from the enginarium. "Manual destruction protocol. Authorization, Cade Sigma Martyr." The command room turned amber, then black. Malthrax's infiltrators had reached the control spine. Surgical thralls severed command cables while corrupted servitors fed false responses into the flagship's machine spirit. The reactor accepted the overload code, displayed obedience, and continued operating within safe tolerances. Cade saw the deception. The Indomitable Judgment no longer belonged to him. The enemy battle barge filled the forward ports. "Ramming course," he said. The helmsman tried to obey. The controls turned the flagship away. Cade watched the Oliensis Reborn pass untouched, while Corpus Brethren claimed the engines beneath his feet. The last Narthex fleet broke around him. Upon the surface, the mortal host attacked the sepulchral choir. Hundreds of millions crossed the ash plain. They advanced through their own artillery fire, through minefields, radiation belts, and avenues raked by overlapping heavy weapons. Those at the rear pressed forward with nowhere else to go. Those at the front died and became ground. Bodies filled craters. Bodies covered wire. Bodies formed bridges across trenches and ramps against defensive walls. Imperial mines detonated beneath the first ranks. Men disappeared in fire. The following waves climbed over the torn remains before the smoke cleared. Radiation weapons killed thousands more, flesh blistering from bones, but the dead remained useful as shielding for those behind. The defenders fired until their weapons failed. Heavy bolter barrels glowed orange. Autocannon mechanisms jammed with heat. Lasergun charge packs ran dry and were hurled at the advancing enemy before soldiers drew bayonets. Only then did the Corpus brethren come forward. Dirty white armor moved behind the mortal sea. They used the dead as terrain. Astartes climbed body ramps over the outer fortifications. Havocs established positions upon mounds of corpses, setting heavy weapons into flesh because no stable earth remained visible. The Black Templars countercharged from the inner walls. They descended from shattered statues and burning tanks, chain swords raised, power weapons bright beneath the red sky. Their bolters fired in disciplined volleys while they closed. Corpus brethren fell with mass reactive shells detonating inside ancient armor. Then the lines met. Chain swords struck corrupted plate. Power fists crushed breastplates and the organs beneath. A Black Templar drove his blade through one traitor's throat. A second Corpus warrior caught the loyalist from behind and tore his power pack free. Before the Templar could turn, a third shot him through the exposed spine. The Vowbound fought as squads. Each brother covered the next. Wounded warriors withdrew one pace, while those behind fired over their shoulders. They closed again before the enemy could exploit the gap. The Corpus brethren answered with the same discipline. They isolated the injured. They forced Templars away from supporting fire. They allowed one warrior to retreat, then killed the brothers who moved to protect him. Centuries of shared origin met beneath banners of opposite faith. Neither side wasted breath upon argument. The feaster in the twilight entered Lord General Cord's command vox. His voice came through every speaker within St. Arkan's chest. Severian Cord. Staff officers raised weapons toward the consoles. Cord did not move. The feaster continued. Reserve Granary Sigma beneath the command basilica. Water vaults sealed for senior staff. 7 million ration units withheld from the outer regiments. Cord looked toward the Vox officer. Sever the channel. I cannot, my lord. Casualty reports reduced by 1/3 to preserve morale. The 22nd Armoured abandoned beyond Gate Mortis. The 9th Voron ordered to hold after its ammunition expenditure reached final allocation. Cord remained silent. The feaster's voice became almost gentle. You understand hunger, General. You have merely arranged for others to experience it first. Cord drew his plasma pistol. Trace the transmission. No origin. It is inside every channel. The feaster broadcast the records planet-wide. Soldiers heard of hidden stores while licking blood from cracked lips. Regiments learned their dead had been removed from official reports. Survivors heard abandoned formations named by command staffs that had denied they existed. Anger passed through the outer line. Some soldiers turned toward their officers. Others opened fire. The defensive wall trembled at the moment it required absolute unity. Then the captured Baneblade came through the plaza. Penance Eternal bore wounds across every surface. One track had lost half its plates. Fire poured from the command cupola. Its heavy bolters fired without target discipline as it drove towards St. Arkan. Imperial troops moved aside too slowly. The Super Heavy crushed them beneath its tracks. "Destroy that tank," Cord ordered. The nearest guns hesitated. They recognized the vehicle. The Baneblade struck the command barricade. Wrecked tanks, ferrocrete blocks and infantry positions vanished beneath its armoured prow. The engine overloaded at the moment of impact. The explosion tore open St. Arkan's lower chest. Cord fell from the hololithic table. Smoke filled the bunker. Officers screamed beneath collapsing bronze and stone. Something moved inside the burning Baneblade. The gnawing brute emerged. His armour was blackened. Brass jaws chewed through smoke. The chain fist upon his arm spun hard enough to throw sparks from the bunker floor. Cord's bodyguard opened fire. Bolt pistols and hot-shot lasguns struck the brute's plate. He crossed the chamber beneath the impacts. His chain fist caught the first guard and turned man, armour and weapon into a red spray. He bit through the second man's helm. The brass jaws closed around the skull, crushed it, and tore the head free while the body continued firing. A third guard drove a power sword into the brute's side. The blade entered between armour plates. The brute looked down at it. He seized the guard's wrist and folded the arm backward until the sword entered its owner's chest. Cord rose behind the command throne. The plasma pistol whined in his hand. The brute turned. Cord fired at contact range. Blue-white fire struck the brass mask. Half the jaw vanished. Metal teeth, armour fragments and burned flesh exploded across the bunker. The brute staggered one step. Then the remaining jaw continued chewing. Cord fired again. The weapon overheated. The brute caught him around the waist. Cord drove the burning pistol into the creature's damaged face. The chain fist remained still. The brute did not need it. He tightened his grip. Cord felt his spine break one vertebra at a time. The Lord General of Narthex Primus stared into the ruined brass mouth while it chewed fragments of its own face. "Too much duty," the brute said. It crushed him. Far below, Foranus 9 reached the geothermal controls. The chamber surrounded a shaft descending into red light. Ancient regulators circled the opening, each connected to planetary systems through cables broader than fortress gates. Pressure readings moved beyond Mechanicus scales. The Magos connected himself. His remaining memory coils filled with heat projections, crustal stress, and probable death. "Overload will rupture mantle strata beneath ossuary core," he said. "Projected casualties among surviving population exceed multiple billions." Jarek stood beside him. "Will it destroy the machine?" "Probability indeterminate. Will doing nothing save them?" "No." Foranus 9 turned his lenses toward the guardsman. "Authorization required." Jarek laughed once. "I am a sergeant." "Correct." "I possess no planetary authority." "Correct." "The general is silent. The priesthood is gone. The world is already sentenced." Behind them, blast doors shook beneath approaching impacts. Jarek looked into the red shaft. "We are not choosing whether Narthex dies. We are choosing what kills it." He raised his lasgun. "Do it." Foranus 9 began the overload. Above them, the final Imperial wall collapsed. Corpus Brethren entered the sepulchral choir, while defenders fought among burning organ pipes and falling transmission towers. Bolter fire shattered saints. Chainswords screamed through priests, soldiers, and machine servitors. Blood ran across the keys of cathedral organs, producing broken notes as bodies fell upon them. Every vox speaker upon Narthex Primus became silent. The guns continued. The screaming continued. Then sound vanished beneath something deeper. A single wet inhalation traveled around the planet. 92 billion minds, living, dying and corrupted, felt the darkness beyond the world draw breath. Something immense prepared to swallow. The feaster in the twilight placed both hands upon the psycho-reactive heart of the ossuary core. It rested within a cage of black metal at the center of the activation chamber, suspended above a shaft whose depth no lumen could measure. The relic was not truly mechanical. It pulsed with the slow contractions of a living organ, though its flesh was translucent and crowded with structures of brass, crystal, and fossilized nerve. Every beat traveled through Narthex Primus. The sepulchral. Choir answered. No hymn crossed the planet. No command entered the vox. There was only sensation, hunger, not the weakness of missed rations or the discomfort of an empty stomach. This was deprivation given consciousness, an absence vast enough to hollow the soul. Men felt themselves starving through years that had never passed. They remembered meals they had never eaten and watched those memories rot beyond reach. Then came the promise. The emptiness could end. Flesh waited beside them. Warm, living, enough. On the walls around the sepulchral choir, soldiers turned toward the wounded. A guardsman knelt beside a comrade whose abdomen had been opened by shrapnel. He had been pressing bandages into the wound. Now he stared at the glistening organs beneath his hands. The wounded man understood first. No. The guardsman lowered his face. Across the defensive lines, the same act repeated in thousands of forms. Medici orderlies abandoned tourniquets and opened throats. Ammunition loaders struck gunners from behind with shell rammers. Men who had shared trenches for months buried teeth in one another because the hunger convinced them that loyalty was only flesh waiting to be claimed. Civilians broke into sealed shelters. They expected food. They found other civilians. Doors closed behind them. Even the Skitari faltered. Orders of the Omnissiah continued moving through command layers. Binharic strictures demanded cohesion, target discipline, and rejection of biological corruption. Yet beneath robes and steel, organic components felt the signal. A vanguard trooper looked upon a wounded ranger. The ranger possessed an undamaged right arm. The vanguard's own limb had lost motor function. Replacement tissue was required. The logic arrived already corrupted. The vanguard severed the ranger's arm at the shoulder and attempted to graft it onto himself while both remained conscious. Nearby, Skitari observed the procedure and calculated their own biological deficiencies. Radium carbines fired. Omniscient cant degenerated into butcher's arithmetic. The feaster opened his arms. The psycho-reactive heart beat faster. Narthex Primus moved. Streets flexed beneath the dead. Paving slabs rose and fell in long contractions, throwing tanks onto their sides. Hab towers groaned as their foundations tightened around them. Manufactoria shuddered with rhythms unrelated to their engines. Conveyor belts pulsed like exposed intestines, dragging workers into furnaces that had begun exhaling warm breath. Rivers changed direction. Poisoned water climbed gradients and flowed toward Basilica Vor. Blood followed it from trenches, slaughter halls, and broken bodies. Every liquid upon the continent turned toward the captured cathedral, as though obeying gravity greater than the planet's own. Fault lines opened. Continents split like wounded flesh. Molten light shone beneath cracks that stretched from horizon to horizon. Whole districts slid into them. Millions vanished beneath collapsing streets, their voices joining the resonance passing through the ossuary core. Across the battlefield, mountains of corpses softened, bodies fused together, skin joined skin, ribs knitted into cages. Thousands of dead mouths opened in unison, drawing breaths through lungs belonging to other men. The heaps twitched and began pulling themselves toward Basilica Vor, with the slow movement of flesh remembering that it had once been alive. Oliensis did not enter Narthex Primus. The world could not have endured such arrival. Its appetite entered instead. A shadow fell across reality, shaped like a mouth too large for the material universe to contain. The Corpus Brethren rose beneath it. Their armor changed as they fought. Cracks in dirty white ceramite closed beneath cords of newly grown muscle. Severed cables became veins. Lost fingers returned as jointed claws plated in brass. Warriors struck by bolts continued advancing while additional jaws opened along their torsos and consumed the fragments embedded within them. A Corpus Brethren chosen lost his head to a Black Templar power sword. A mouth tore open across his breastplate. It screamed through lungs buried in his abdomen and attacked without sight, following the taste of fear through the air. The Warband senses spread through the population. Every frightened heartbeat became a beacon. Every drop of blood carried direction. Smoke, walls, and darkness ceased to conceal anything from them. They hunted by appetite. Castellan Othmar Ver entered the activation chamber behind a wall of storm shields. The surviving Black Templars advanced around him in a narrow wedge. Their boots struck membranes stretched across the floor. The chamber resembled the interior of a colossal throat wrapped around machinery from an age before the Imperium. Black metal pylons rose between muscular folds. Cables flexed like tendons. Acid dripped from ridges along the walls. Corpus Chosen waited in concentric circles around the feaster. Their armor bore the old colors of the Sentinels beneath gore, brass, and mutation. Ver raised his sword. The first rank of Templars fired. Bolters filled the chamber with thunder. Mass reactive shells detonated against the Chosen, tearing holes through armor that immediately began knitting shut. Storm shields met chain blades. Black Templars pressed forward behind overlapping fields of crackling energy. Eradicators moved within the formation. Their melter rifles fired at the nearest resonator pylon. The beam struck. The pylon turned white. Millions across Narthex Primus felt their nerves burn. Men fell screaming in streets untouched by flame. Citizens clawed at skin that blackened only within their minds. Vehicle crews abandoned controls. Pilots tore open canopies and hurled themselves into the sky to escape fire that did not exist. The pylon collapsed. The psychic recoil shook the chamber. One Templar dropped to his knee as every seal upon his armor ignited. A Corpus Chosen reached for him. Ver severed the traitor's arm and drove his sword through the mouth opening in its chest. "Advance," he commanded. Baron Holt moved ahead of them. The Emperor's champion carried the black sword chained to his surviving gauntlet. Blood soaked the seals covering his empty shoulder. His armor's internal systems warned of organ failure, blood loss, and structural collapse. He had disabled the warnings. The gnawing brute waited upon a bridge of black bone spanning the central shaft. Half his brass jaw was missing. The ruin revealed fused flesh, exposed teeth, and the remains of a human mouth buried behind the metal. Every movement scattered blood and brass fragments across his gorget. Holt stepped onto the bridge. The brute tasted him. "Riper!" Holt raised the black sword. "Dead!" They charged. The brute's chain fist struck the blade hard enough to fracture the bridge beneath them. Holt turned the blow aside and cut across the Terminator's breastplate. The black sword opened ceramite and flesh, but new muscle flooded the wound before the blade had passed. The brute's broken jaws closed around empty air. Holt attacked again. One-handed, his balance had changed. Every strike drew upon the full rotation of hips, spine, and shoulder. He fought without attempting to imitate the warrior he had been. The black sword moved in brutal arcs shaped around the body that remained. The brute caught one blow upon the housing of his chain fist. The power field sheared through 3 rotating teeth. The brute drove his forehead into Holt's helm. Lenses shattered. Holt staggered. The chain fist tore across his breastplate, opening armor and ripping through his abdominal wall. Blood and intestine spilled beneath him. He pressed one forearm against the wound and continued fighting. The world screamed through the bridge. Every death upon Narthex traveled through the resonator. Holt felt billions of mouths opening. The brute felt them too, and laughed as the hunger filled his armor. He seized Holt by the throat and lifted him. "Your Emperor has always eaten you." Holt drove his knee into the brute's damaged jaw. Brass tore loose. The grip weakened. Holt fell, struck the bridge and rolled beneath the descending chain fist. The weapon punched through black bone. He rose inside the brute's reach and drove the black sword toward the throat. The brute twisted. The blade entered beneath the jaw but failed to reach the skull. The brass mouth opened. It closed across Holt's chest. Metal teeth crushed through the ruined breastplate. They entered flesh, cracked reinforced ribs, and found the secondary heart. The brute bit down. The organ burst between his jaws. Holt's body convulsed. The brute pulled him closer, chewing. Holt released the wound beneath his abdomen. He placed his gauntlet against the pommel of the black sword. Then he drove upward with everything left inside him. The blade passed through the brute's lower jaw. It entered the skull, split the fused helm, and emerged through the top of the cranium. The power field continued into the Terminator's backpack reactor. The brute became rigid. Violet fire shone through every seam in his armor. Holt tore himself from the jaws, leaving pieces of chest and broken ribs between the brass teeth. He wrenched the black sword free. The gnawing brute fell. His body remained upon its knees. The severed jaw continued moving. Brass teeth opened and closed around nothing, grinding fragments of Holt's breastplate and heart into red paste. Holt turned toward the nearest primary pylon. He walked 3 steps. The 4th became a fall. He caught himself against the machinery and raised the black sword. "By his will," he whispered. He drove the blade into the pylon. The power field breached the resonator shell. Feedback struck him. Holt's remaining heart stopped. His nervous system burned through the armor. He died upright, pinned between sword and machine, the black blade still burning within his chained fist. The pylon exploded. The scream of the core broke the chamber's walls. Ver saw the Emperor's champion die. He did not call Holt's name. The dead required no distraction from the duty they had completed. The Castellan broke through the last circle of chosen and reached the feaster. The Chaos Lord stepped away from the psycho-reactive heart. He carried paired chain blades. Their teeth were not metal. Each had been cut from captured Astartes armor, shaped into serrated fragments, and mounted along the weapon housings. Black crosses, crusade script, and pieces of devotional parchment remained visible upon them. "You came as intended," the feaster said. Ver raised his power sword and leveled the combi melter fixed beneath his bolter. "I came to kill you. You came to give the machine a worthier death." The feaster attacked. His blades struck from opposite directions. Ver caught the first upon his sword and turned his breastplate from the second. Teeth carved across black ceramite and threw sparks into the air. He answered with a thrust toward the feaster's throat. The Chaos Lord moved aside before the point arrived. Too fast. The hunger accelerated him. Billions of nervous systems fed his awareness. He tasted Vare's intent through muscles before they moved. Yet the Castellan possessed discipline deeper than instinct. He altered attacks after committing to them. He accepted wounds to create angles. He allowed one chain blade to bite into his pauldron so he could trap it against his body and strike with the combi melter. The feaster tore free. Melter fire missed his helm by the width of a finger and reduced the wall behind him to boiling flesh. They circled the psycho-reactive heart. "You name suffering sacred," the feaster said. "You place chains upon men and call the weight purpose." Vare struck. The feaster parried. "Sacrifice gives suffering meaning." "No." A chain blade opened Vare's thigh. "Meaning is the flavor rulers add to another man's death." Vare drove his forehead into the feaster's helm. Violet lenses cracked. "The oath is chosen. Was ours." The feaster's reply carried the memory of the Sentinels, the Abyssal Crusade, the sentence dressed as redemption, a chapter entering damnation because obedience remained the only proof of loyalty permitted to it. Vare saw the truth within the grievance and rejected the use made of it. Betrayal does not absolve corruption. Nothing absolves hunger. Below them, Varanus 9 began the geothermal overload. The planetary regulators resisted. Demonic code had grown around their command systems, turning safety protocols into fanged equations and engine prayers into threats. Varanus attempted remote control. The machinery answered with laughter, transmitted through Binharic harmonics. "Direct communion required," he said. Yarek's soul watched the blast doors shake beneath impacts. How long? Unknown. That word is becoming familiar. Varanus 9 drove as the planetary signal entered him. Millions of starving minds filled his remaining memory. He felt men eating sons, soldiers consuming comrades, Skitari cutting useful tissue from bodies still moving. Logic dissolved beneath appetite. Varanus isolated each contaminated thought and burned it away, sacrificing memory after memory to remain functional. Malthrax entered through the upper gantry. Combat servitors came with him. Their chain blade limbs spun. Injector rigs clicked around dead mouths. Some wore the faces of Jarek's regiment. "Protect the Magos," Jarek ordered. Laser-guns fired. The first servitor fell with its skull burned open. A second reached Trooper Malvern and drove an injector through his throat. Violet fluid entered the guardsman. His body swelled, ribs breaking outward before Bren shot him through the head. Jarek emptied his charge pack into another servitor. The weapon clicked dry. Malthrax descended. Surgical limbs opened around him, carrying saws, needles, and hooked retractors. "You authorize the death of a world," the chirurgeon said. Jarek drew his bayonet. "I have signed worse paperwork." Malthrax struck. A hooked limb tore through Jarek's shoulder plate and lifted him from the ground. Another blade opened his side. Jarek cut at the cables above the hooks, but the bayonet failed to penetrate. Bren fired a shotgun into Malthrax's face. The blast turned aside against the corrupted helm. A surgical limb entered Bren's chest and pulled out his heart. The corporal looked down at it. Then he fell. Jarek saw a fallen melter gun beside a dead Skitarius. He kicked away from Malthrax, tearing flesh around the hook in his shoulder, and seized the weapon. The chirurgeon turned. Jarek fired. White heat crossed the chamber. Malthrax's surgical limbs vanished, Metal, blade, and flesh became vapor around him. His armor split at the abdomen, exposing a cavity crowded with harvested organs and coiling tubes. He continued forward. Jarek discarded the empty melter gun. A fragmentation grenade remained upon Bren's belt. He tore it free, armed it, and drove his hand into Malthrax's open abdomen. The chirurgeon caught his wrist. Jarek pushed deeper. "Classify that." The grenade detonated. Malthrax came apart from within. His breastplate burst outward. Surgical fluid, organs, and armor fragments covered the regulator chamber. The upper half of his body struck the wall. The lower remained standing for one heartbeat before collapsing. Foranus 9 completed the sequence. Overload initiated. In the core, Ver fired his combi melter again. The beam struck the feaster at the waist. Half the Chaos Lord disappeared. Armor, flesh, and one chain blade became incandescent vapor. The remaining body fell against the heart's cage. Ver advanced. New flesh grew from the blackened ruin. Ribs formed first. Muscle followed in cords. Corrupted armor folded around it like cooling wax. The feaster seized Ver's sword arm. He tore it from the shoulder. The Castellan remained standing. The feaster raised the severed hand and placed it between the broken edges of his helm. He consumed gauntlet, flesh, and oath parchment while Ver watched. "Your faith tastes like every other chain." Ver's remaining hand closed around the grenade cluster at his belt. "My duty is not for you to understand." He triggered it. The explosion struck at contact range. The central platform broke apart. The feaster and Ver fell together into the machinery beneath the psycho-reactive heart. The geothermal overload reached critical mass. Narthex Primus fractured. Mantle pressure tore upward through the ossuary core. Resonator pylons snapped. The planetary signal collapsed into one final convulsion. The second regurgitation failed before Oliensis could fully imprint itself upon the world. It had already done enough. A stable wound opened in reality above Basilica Vor. The sky split into teeth and violet darkness. Continents buckled. Hive cathedrals toppled. Billions died as fault lines opened beneath them and fire climbed from the planet's depths. Corpus extraction craft descended through the collapsing basilica. The feaster emerged from the wreckage. Half his body remained unfinished, flesh growing around exposed bone. In one hand, he carried Ver's severed crusade badge. In the other, he held the beating psycho-reactive heart of the ossuary core. Behind him, Narthex Primus screamed as it broke. Narthex Primus survived only because no surviving Clark possessed the authority to declare it dead. 3 continents had broken along fault lines visible from orbit. Seas of poisoned water poured into wounds in the crust, vanished beneath curtains of steam, and returned as storms of caustic rain. The atmosphere had become a shroud of ash, metal vapor, and pulverized flesh. Lightning moved through it without thunder, illuminating the ruins in brief white flashes. The hive cathedrals burned from foundation to spire. Basilica Vor had collapsed inward around the wound above the ossuary core. Its highest towers lay across the surrounding districts like the bones of fallen giants. Basilica Rex still stood, though half its mass had separated from the foundations and leaned over a chasm filled with red light. Other hives existed only as isolated peaks rising above oceans of smoke. The bells continued tolling. Some swung in broken towers. Some lay upon the ground and rang whenever the planet convulsed beneath them. Some were heard where no bells remained. Approximately 60 billion inhabitants were dead. The number came from orbital estimates, census fragments, and thermal readings. No one believed it. entire districts had disappeared into the warp breach without leaving ruins. Pilgrimage cities whose populations had been measured in the hundreds of millions were gone between one Auspex sweep and the next. Men who had survived the physical destruction wandered through ash wastes, listening to voices no one else could hear. Billions remained missing. Those still alive carried the signal. It lingered beneath thought, quiet enough to be denied and deep enough to shape every instinct. Survivors avoided looking at the wounded for too long. Men woke with blood beneath their fingernails and no memory of how it had arrived there. Others heard Oliensis breathing through pipes, vents, caves, and the hollow spaces inside their own bodies. The second regurgitation had failed. Its hunger had not. Automated Imperial broadcasts declared victory. Vox towers that had escaped destruction repeated the message across the ruins. Servo skulls drifted above corpse fields, their speakers damaged but functional. Emergency pick screens displayed the Aquila through layers of static. Citizens of Narthex Primus, rejoice. The invasion has been repelled through the sacrifice of the faithful. The voice possessed no grief. It belonged to a command program buried inside the planetary defense network, designed to preserve order after the deaths of senior authority. Lord General Severian Cord gave his life in defense of the Sepulchral Choir. Castellan Othmar Vare and the warriors of the Black Templars shattered the enemy's ritual. The armies of the Emperor have prevailed. The broadcast listed regiments that no longer existed. It praised fortresses now buried beneath molten rock. It announced the restoration of ration distribution to districts where every inhabitant had died. Nowhere did it mention that hundreds of millions of prisoners had been taken from the surface. Nowhere did it describe the captured naval vessels, transports, gene seed vaults, weapons, ammunition, or machine components carried away by the Corpus Brethren. The psycho-reactive heart of the Ossuary Corps did not appear in any surviving inventory. The Administratum defined victory through what remained available for record. The truth had departed the system under enemy guard. Sergeant Jarek Saul awakened beneath the geothermal complex. His first breath scraped through lungs that no longer belonged entirely to him. He tried to move and found that his body answered in sections. His right hand closed. His left did not. One leg shifted beneath a blood-stiffened blanket. The other ended in a weight of metal and cable. White light shone above him. It flickered with every planetary tremor. Varanus 9 stood beside the stone slab upon which Jarek lay. The Magos had lost 2 supporting limbs, half his crimson robes, and much of the armor surrounding his cranial housing. Exposed mechanisms clicked beneath patches of burned flesh. One remaining lens focused upon the guardsman. Consciousness restored, Varanus 9 said. Cognitive continuity uncertain. Jarek attempted speech. Only air came out. A tube ran down his throat. He raised his functioning hand and tore it free. Pain followed. He coughed black fluid across his chest. How long? 13 standard hours since geothermal rupture. Jarek looked down. His uniform had been cut away. Burned skin covered most of his torso. Metal. Ribs moved beneath transparent synth flesh. Cables entered his side and disappeared into a replacement organ housing. What did you put in me? 2 artificial lungs, 1 auxiliary kidney, partial spinal bracing, left lower limb replacement assembled from Skitari components. Jarek turned his head toward the other beds. Most were empty. What remains of the platoon? 6 soldiers retained biological function following recovery. 3 rejected emergency surgery. 2 entered terminal mutation. 1 expired during questioning. Questioning? Contamination assessment. Jarek closed his eyes. He remembered Bren's heart in Malthrax's hand, Malvin's swelling beneath the injector, Baron's dead face fixed to a combat servitor. He remembered authorizing the destruction of a world without rank, authority, or certainty. Did it work? The ossuary core failed before complete psychoreactive conversion. That was not my question. Varanus 9 emitted a low binharic pulse. Narthex Primus remains inhabited. Jarek opened his eyes. So it did not work. Your definition is imprecise. My world is broken. Correct. The enemy escaped. Correct. Billions are dead. Correct. Jarek stared at the ruined Magos. You machines have a prayer for that. Several. Do any help? No. The honesty almost made Jarek laugh. The sound became coughing. Varanus 9 turned toward a damaged console. A red rune pulsed upon it. An Imperial task force entered the system 2 standard hours ago. Relief? No. Jarek watched the rune. Then why are they here? To determine terminal classification. He understood before the Magos continued. Planetary status is expected to be declared perdita. No surviving authority can certify absence of demonic contamination. Population-wide exposure to the hunger signal is confirmed. The fleet will evacuate the untainted. Untainted status cannot be verified. The soldiers? Potential vectors. The wounded? Potential vectors. Jarek looked at the metal within his body. And you. Machine corruption risk exceeds tolerance. The silence between them carried the rumble of the dying planet. They are not coming to save us, Jarek said. No. They are deciding how to kill what remains. Decision probability exceeds 99%. The number sounded cleaner when spoken by a machine. It still meant death. Across the ruins of Basilica Vor, the surviving Black Templars recovered their dead. Only 43 members of the Vowbound remained combat capable. Their armor had been burned grey beneath ash. Every warrior carried wounds. Several lacked limbs. One walked with his shattered breastplate locked closed around organs that would not survive removal. They moved without complaint through the activation chamber while the world shook around them. The chamber no longer resembled a throat. The geothermal rupture had burned away much of the living corruption, leaving blackened machinery and heaps of cooked flesh. Resonator pylons leaned over the central shaft. The psychoreactive heart was gone from its cage. The Emperor's champion remained beside the pylon he had destroyed. Baron Holt stood upright because the black sword still pinned him to the machinery. His surviving hand had burned into the weapon's hilt. The chains around his gauntlet had fused together. A sword brother approached. He placed one hand upon Holt's shoulder. The dead warrior collapsed only after the blade was withdrawn. They carried him with the black sword laid across his chest. Farther within the wreckage, they found Garrick Thane's shattered helm beneath the remains of the pressure gate. Half the faceplate was gone. The surviving lens still bore the cross of the chapter. His body could not be recovered. They found Castellan Vare's armor near the broken central platform. It was empty. One arm had been torn away. The breastplate was split. Blood covered the inner seals, but no body remained within, and no trail led from it. The feaster had taken the Castellan's crusade badge. Whether Vare's flesh had fallen into the machinery, been consumed, or carried away could not be known. Sword brother Amon Gerhardt assumed command of the Vowbound. He stood before the recovered, relics, while his brothers formed around him. The champion fulfilled his charge, he said. Brother Thane fulfilled his watch. The Castellan fulfilled his oath. No one answered. Gerhardt removed the white crusade badge from his shoulder. He dipped it into a basin filled with ash, machine oil, and the blood gathered from their dead. The white cross became black. One by one, the surviving Templars did the same. It was not merely mourning. Hatred had ceased to be an emotion. It was the only strategic resource the enemy had failed to take. Above Narthex Primus, the Imperial task force formed firing formation. The ships bore the markings of the Imperial Navy and the Inquisition. Cruisers moved behind escorts fitted for planetary interdiction. Auspex arrays swept the surface, measuring warp contamination, thermal anomalies, and biological movement beneath the ruins. The readings offered no uncertainty. Demonic activity persisted across every surviving continent. Masses moved beneath the broken hives. Some exceeded the size of armoured regiments. The task force commander received no request for evacuation because most surface transmitters had failed. The few signals that reached orbit contained prayers, pleas, distorted laughter, and long stretches of chewing. Cyclonic torpedoes were removed from their sanctified vaults. Tech priests completed arming rites. Launch crews took their stations. No evacuation window was transmitted. No landers descended. The risk was too great. The Imperium would not permit Narthex to infect another world. Jarek walked onto the surface beneath his own power. Every step of the Skitarii leg produced a click inside his skull. Varanus 9 had offered him a staff. Jarek refused it. He carried his lasgun instead. 5 soldiers waited outside the geothermal access shaft. Their uniforms were burned. Their faces appeared older than they had hours before. One had lost both ears. Another kept his right eye covered because something moved beneath the lid. No officer remained to give them orders. They formed around Jarek out of habit. Varanus 9 emerged behind them, dragging one damaged limb. Stasis capacity remains available, the Magos said. 2 biological subjects may be preserved within the regulator vault. For how long? Until power failure. When will that happen? Between 7 minutes and 4 centuries. And survival after discovery? Statistically meaningless. Jarek looked toward the sky. Clouds rolled above them, lit from within by orbital fire. The task force was too distant to see, but he felt its presence in the silence of the Vox. Then save the power. Refusal recorded. Good. The ground moved ahead. Shapes crawled from a rupture in the pilgrimage road. They had once been men. Bodies fused into crawling clusters dragged themselves over the stone. Arms worked as legs. Faces opened along their sides, some praying, some laughing, some calling Jarek by name. Behind them rose a larger thing, assembled from soldiers, cultists, and pieces of a Corpus Brethren serf. It wore a dozen mouths across its chest. The remnants of Jarek's platoon raised their lasguns. No one prayed. They had no words left that the enemy had not already used against them. Trooper Malric looked upward. The clouds brightened. Sergeant, I see it. The cyclonic torpedoes entered the atmosphere. Their descent burned lines of white fire through the ash. One fell toward each surviving continent, moving with the certainty of imperial judgment. The things upon the road charged. Jarek aimed. Volley fire! 6 lasguns answered. Red beams struck the crawling dead. Flesh burned. Heads burst. The larger creature continued forward, its mouths reciting the victory broadcast in overlapping voices. The sky turned white. Jarek fired again. Aboard the Oliensis Reborn, celebration proceeded according to inventory. No warriors howled before altars. No captives were slaughtered without classification. The campaign had ended. The next had already begun. Hundreds of millions of prisoners occupied the fleet's holds. Corpus serfs divided them by strength, health, skill, and biological value. Soldiers were separated from labourers. Engine seers were chained near the armories. Pilots entered interrogation pens. Priests were placed within sensory cells where their faith could be tested before consumption. Some prisoners would become slaves. Some would become servitors. The strongest would enter implantation trials. The weakest would feed the ship. Those with useful terror would be preserved for ritual. Weapons were cleaned. Bolt shells were counted. Damaged predators and rhinos were lifted into repair cradles. Armor recovered from fallen Black Templars was stripped of heraldry and assessed for reuse. Captured lasguns were issued to mortal auxiliaries. Broken bodies became nutrient slurry. Nothing was wasted. The Corpus Brethren had not survived 10,000 years through frenzy. Hunger without discipline consumed itself. In the lower Apothecarian, Malthrax's successor studied the stolen gene seed. Chirurgeon Valek had once served as Malthrax's subordinate. Now he wore the senior hooks and carried the keys to the progenoid vaults. Black Templar glands floated within armoured vessels. Valek compared their structure to the damaged legacy of the Sentinels. He measured rejection response, aggression markers, and resistance to warp-induced alteration. Around him, aspirants lay strapped to implantation tables. The first subject died when the organ tissue consumed his heart. The second produced bone growth through the skull. The third survived long enough to beg for death. Failed bodies were fed through openings in the floor. The ship accepted them with muscular contractions. Valek recorded every result. Successful implantation would not create Black Templars. It would not resurrect the Sentinels. It would produce new bodies capable of carrying the hunger. Within a regeneration sarcophagus near the command sanctum, the feaster in the twilight watched Narthex die. Half his body remained absent. Mechanical supports held his spine. New flesh formed slowly around exposed ribs and fragments of armor. Nutrient fluid carried blood through tubes entering both hearts. Cantor Vale stood before him. The Noise Marine's armor bore fresh speaker growths, where Oliensis's preserved memory had ruptured the old ones. "The world is silent," Vale said. "No," replied the feaster. "Listen below the weapons." The psycho-reactive heart floated within a containment field beside the sarcophagus. It continued to beat. Within each pulse lived an echo of 92 billion minds. Fear, faith, pain, hunger. The ossuary core had been destroyed, but its central organ had learned the population before extraction. It no longer required the buried machinery of Narthex Primus. Given transmitters, sacrifice and time, the signal could be reproduced elsewhere. "We need not build another choir," Vale said. "No. A smaller chorus may open the same appetite. On every world with ears." The Chaos Fleet turned toward the warp. Hundreds of captured vessels followed the Oliensis Reborn. Chains linked some directly to the battle barge. Others travelled under crews whose loyalty had been carved into them. Within their holds, survivors of Narthex slept badly. They dreamed of mountains becoming teeth. They heard oceans moving through a throat. They felt Oliensis breathing beneath their beds. The feaster raised one remaining hand. A star chart opened above him. Shrine worlds burned in pale gold. Forge worlds glowed red. Black Templar crusade routes crossed the darkness in lines of white. The Corpus Brethren had not merely escaped. They possessed ships, bodies, gene seed, weapons, and a fragment of planetary hunger. Narthex had been a trial. The warp opened ahead of the fleet. The feaster looked upon the marked worlds. "Narthex was one mouth," he said. "Open the next."